started.
We have quorum. Okay. Good morning. My name is Councillor Mark Grimes. I'm chair of the Etobicoke York Community Council, and I will be chairing today's meeting. The clerk has confirmed that we have quorum, so I'll call meeting 25 to order. Welcome, everyone. Good morning. Today's meeting is being held by video conference. City staff are also connecting to the meeting by video conference. As civic buildings remain closed, the public will continue to participate electronically and can watch the meeting streaming live on YouTube at youtube.com/Toronto City Council live. Ask everyone for their patience with any delays and technical issues. The clerks have connected all registered speakers to the meeting by audio. The list of speakers will be reviewed online by visiting the Etobicoke York Community Council page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Clerk's IT staff will be able to assist members with their devices. I would like to remind staff to keep their mics muted and their videos turned off unless they need to answer questions or speak in the committee, to the committee. This will also make it easy for me as chair and for those watching on YouTube to observe members as they participate in the debate and vote on items. Members, please keep your mic muted unless you wish to question city staff, speak to an item, or ensure that your video is turned on. As part of each agenda item, I'll ask members to raise their hand and unmute their mic if they wish to question staff or speak. I will then create a speakers list and will call on members when it's their turn to speak. When voting on an item or motion, I ask members to ensure they turn their video on and raise their hand to indicate their vote. And members, I want to remind you, you still must submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at etcc@toronto.ca to help with your motions. Although we are in different locations and meeting remotely today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land that we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples. It is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, Métis people. We acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you do have an interest, please raise your hand and unmute your mic and indicate the item number and the nature of your interest. Seeing none, may I have a motion to confirm the minutes?
Can you hear me?
May 7th. Yeah. Is that Francis? May I now have a motion to confirm the minutes from a meeting of May 17, 2021? Moved by Deputy Mayor Holiday. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. And now we can go through the items. Okay. 25.1, 250 Wincott Drive and 4620 Eglinton Avenue West. We're going to hold that. We have speakers. 159
Can anybody hear me?
And one. Yes. Yes. So maybe check the other there, but we can hear.
Okay. All the volume is down. So what's going on?
I'm going to take that down at IT.
Francis, can you, Francis, please
Yes.
mute your mic, please.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. 25.2, 159, 161, 181 Murdoch Avenue and 6 Lloyd Avenue. We're going to hold that down for speakers. 170 Lawrence Avenue West, draft plan and common element condominium park lot control exemption application final report in Ward 5.
I'll move
The
the.
Council approves that?
No, it's mine.
Oh, sorry. Councilor Nunziata?
Yes,
yeah,
I'll move the staff recommendation.
Okay, Councilor Nunziata, move the staff recommendations. All in favor?
Chair, it's Nancy Martins here from City Clerks. That item is timed for 10:30
Oh, sorry.
a.m.
Who speakers on there? For number 3?
That item is
I'm sorry.
timed for 10:30 a.m. So if we could hold it down until that time, please.
Oh, I got you. Okay. So we're on that. Bear with me here. Okay, 25.4, 3199 Lakeshore Boulevard West zoning bylaw amendment application, final report. we have speakers for 10:30. 25.5, 417, and 419 Bermanthorpe Road zoning bylaw amendment application. Final report. It is time for speakers at 10:30. 25.6, 18 to 26 Earlton Avenue, and 4161, 4169 Dundas Street West official plan amendment and zoning amendment application request for direction report. We have speakers. Hold that for speakers. .7, 3100 to 3200 Bloor Street West and 4 to 8 Montgomery Road official plan amendment, zoning bylaw application amendment, and site plan control application. Request for direction report. We have speakers. 25.8, 158th Street, Class 4 noise classification. We have speakers. 25.9, 2400 Eglinton Avenue West zoning amendment application. Please report. Councillor Nunziata. Councillor Nunziata? You're on mute. We can't hear you.
I move staff recommendation.
Councillor Nunziata moves the staff recommendations. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. 2510, estate lots in Etobicoke neighborhoods. I'm going to move the staff recommendation to receive. All in favor?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Yep.
May I hold that? I have a very simple motion. Thank you.
Okay. Hold 10 down. .511, request for offense exemption to Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447, 1 Rhinestone Drive. We have speakers. 2512, request for offense exemption of the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447, 29 Fairhaven Drive. We have speakers. 2513, request for offense exemption to Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447, 35 Crane Avenue. We have speakers. Request for offense exemption to Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447, 36 Leamington Avenue. We have speakers. 2515, request for offense exemption to Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447, 4 Botley Road. We have speakers. 2516, request for offense exemption to Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447, 40 Kennebec Crescent. Speakers. 2517, request for offense exemption to Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447, 48 Rathburn Road. We have speakers. 2518, request for offense exemption to Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447, 54 Fremont Avenue. We have speakers. 2519, request for offense exemption to Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447, 62 Chartwell. Speakers. 2520, request for offense exemption to the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447, 62 Wesley Crescent. We have speakers. 2521, request for offense exemption for the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447, 85 Harding Avenue. We have speakers. 2522, update on the Rivercrest Artificial Rink State of Good Repair Project. Councillor Ford.
We'll move for seat, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Ford moves receipt. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 2523, traffic control signals, Auckland Road, south of Dundas Street West. Councillor Ford, can you move the staff recommendations for me, please?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Ford, move the staff recommendations on my behalf. Be all in favor? Opposed? Carried. 2524, traffic control signals, Keel Street and Greenbook Drive / Cannon. Councillor Nunziata.
Yes, I'll move the staff recommendation.
Councillor Nunziata, move the staff recs. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 2525, school bus loading zones, 100 Allenhurst Drive, west of Mulham Place. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish to move the staff recommendations.
Councillor Holiday moves the staff recommendations. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 2527, parking amendments, Subway Crescent.
You missed 26.
I did, sorry. Oh, there we go. 2526, parking amendment, George Street. Councillor Nunziata.
Move staff recommendation.
Councillor Nunziata moves the staff recs. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. 2527, parking amendment, Subway Crescent. Councillor Ford, do you move those staff recs for me, please?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Council Board moves the staff recommendations. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. 2528, parking amendment, Gary Drive between Halbert Drive and Wendell Avenue. Councilor Nunziata.
Move staff recommendation.
Councilor Nunziata moves the staff recs. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. 2529, construction staging area, 1197, the Queen Street, Zora Street. Councilor Ford, can you move those staff recs, please?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Ford moves the staff recs. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 2530, assumption of service registered plan 66M-2543, 300 Palermo Drive, Palermo Homes, Inc. Councilor Ford, can you move the staff recommendations, please?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 2531, appointment of public members to the George Bell Arena Board. Councilor Nunziata.
Move the recommendation.
Councilor Nunziata moves the staff recommendations. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 2532, changes to the Lakeshore Village Business Improvement Area Board of Management. Councilor Ford, can you please move the staff recs?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Ford moves the staff recs. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 2533, designation of fire routes and amendment to Chapter 880, fire routes 550, Kipling Avenue. Councilor Ford.
Move staff recommendations, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Ford moves the staff recommendations. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 2534, install additional flexible in-road signs on Prince Edward Drive South. I'd like to hold that down in my name. Nancy, we have two additional starters, or no, is that them? Nancy, do we have two additional starters, or is that it?
There's a number of new business items.
Find where that
Items
is.
35 to 43, they've been added in draft to the agenda. They need a motion to add new business.
No, Nancy, sorry, I haven't got them. Sorry, what number? 35? 43?
35 to 43, please.
Okay. Got them here now. Okay. Okay, so we have items 35 to 43. We need to add them to the agenda. Moved by Deputy Mayor Holliday. All in favor of adding to the agenda? Opposed? That is carried. You good, Nancy?
Mr. Chair, on a point of order, if I may.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor Holliday.
Yep, I just wanted to bring to your attention, there is a request for fence exemption, which is EY 25.18, located at 54 Fremont Avenue. The agenda has coded it as Ward 1. It is only upon the review of the agenda that I was able to detect that it was actually in Ward 2. I have not had much of an opportunity to even discuss it with anyone. I don't even know if the homeowner is aware that that they would be coming to speak to me as the counselor. So I'm likely going to defer that item, and I figured I would make that announcement up front, just because there hasn't been an opportunity to work on it as we normally would on a fence exemption.
Okay, and just, yeah, okay. Duly noted. You got that? Okay. Okay, moving right along. Nancy, you ready for number one?
Yes, you can move into the speakers.
Okay. Speakers list. Sorry, Nancy, can you introduce the first speaker while I get my speakers list here? I got so many screens open here. I got it. I got it now. I'm sorry. I'm ready. Okay. Our first speaker, Peter Smith from Blowsfields.
Yes, thanks very
Smith,
much.
you on the line?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me okay?
Good morning, Peter. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Peter Smith. I'm a partner with Blowsfields. We're planners for Trinity Developments, who are in a joint venture with Create TO with respect to the subject site. First of all, I want to indicate that we support the staff recommendations as set out in the March 31st report, as amended by the June 21st supplementary report, which is in front of you. And those reports together, of course, recommend approval of the applications as modified. I want to emphasize that this project has had a very long history. There have been numerous meetings with the council, with staff, with the community over the course of processing. And through that process, Trinity and Creatio have made numerous changes to the proposal to address concerns raised by city staff and concerns that have been expressed by the community. And so in particular, and we've been at this now since April of 2018, so more than 3 years when the application was filed. As originally filed, we were at 16 stories, 22 stories, and 22 stories, so 3 buildings. Through the process, the clients have agreed to reduce the height and density so that the final staff report, which recommended approval on March 31st, had heights of 13 stories, 13 stories, and 11 stories. But even subsequent to that final recommendation report, there have been further meetings with the councillor and the community. And as a result, our clients have agreed to further changes as set out in a letter dated May 17th, which include a further reduction to the 2 13-story buildings to reduce the heights of those buildings to 11 stories. And as well, our clients have agreed that the open space to be provided on site would be entirely provided as a POPs, which would mean 1,200 square meters of the publicly accessible open space plus cash in lieu to be provided for on-site or off-site park dedication. Even after that, there have been further changes again that our clients have agreed to, and that's a reduction in the number of units, and this has been communicated to the councillor, from 681 units to 640 units, and a further reduction in the gross floor area to 65,236 square meters. So from a planning perspective, in my opinion, this is a good and important project. It's located along an avenue. It's located along a planned higher order transit route. It will deliver a number of public benefits, including 63 units of affordable housing, 465 square meters of community space, and as I said as well, a privately owned, publicly accessible POPs space along the Eglinton frontage amounting to 1,200 square meters. And so what I'd like to do today is to respectfully request of Community Council that they recommend approval to City Council in accordance with the recommendations from City staff, so that we can, at long last, after a very long and intensive process, move forward to actually implement the proposal and to deliver the public benefits that would be secured through the recommended amendments that are before you. Thanks very much. Be happy to answer any questions.
Questions, Mr. Chair?
Thank you. Are there questions for the Deputy Mayor Holiday? Question.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I just wanted you to talk to Community Council a little bit about the community consultation that's gone on in this project. Would it be fair to say, over the years, and some of this work predates even my time as councillor, that there have been more than the customary staff-led community consultation meeting? Could you tell the Community Council very briefly about that? You know, what more has been done that you would normally see on a development project?
Yes, I think the number of meetings with with yourself, with your predecessor, and with the community exceeds by far the number of meetings that I've seen associated with any development application. And those led up to, obviously, the final staff report recommending approval. But there have been additional meetings. I think I have at least a list here of about 4 or 5 meetings that have occurred subsequent to that. So the level of community consultation and engagement here has been pretty close to unparalleled.
Now, community members may disagree about what the outcome of those consultations are, but just in terms of bulk effort. And I think Did I get it right? Brooke Pooney were a special consultant involved in this. How were they involved in the project?
They were involved as the community engagement consultants going right back to the initial application.
Okay, and as I said, and I think you and I can both agree that there isn't necessarily agreement all around based on the outcome of those consultations, but it is fair to say that there has been a number of touch points throughout this process for people to speak their mind on what this is about and to have some input to help shape the process.
I think that's entirely fair, Councillor. Yes.
Thank you for speaking to us, Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
Any further questions of the deputant? Seeing none, our next deputant, Robert Wells from the Trinity Development Group. Mr. Wells, you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, good morning. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, members of, or Mr. Chair and members of council. My name is Rob Wells, as noted with Trinity Developments. I'm not sure I have much more to add on top of Peter's comments. I sort of echo what he outlined and certainly are in support of the recommendation to, get this thing approved by Community Council and subsequently to Council next month. As Peter had sort of noted, and even Deputy Mayor Holliday, there's been a pretty lengthy process here. We're over 3 years into our zoning process at this point in time, and there's been quite a number of meetings with city staff, the councillor, and certainly the residents and community groups in the area, and we've made a number of concessions throughout the process. We feel that we've made a lot of positive steps over the years, and as Peter touched on, there's a number of benefits that have been incorporated into this development that we're very much looking forward to delivering. So I think, the main point I want to just sort of reiterate is that we're very much looking forward to moving forward with this great project, an exciting project, and look to bringing it to its fruition and delivering all the benefits that are before the committee right now. And again, I'll be available for comments if there are any.
Thank you. Questions of the Deputy Mayor Holliday? Questions?
Thank you for speaking to us, Mr. Wells. I know that your associate said in a community meeting that you were satisfied with your October submission, which is what the staff wrote about on March 31st, and you're still okay with the staff recommendations in the report?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any further questions of the deputy? Seeing none, thank you. Our next speaker, Sonia Pace. Sonia, are you there?
Yes, I am. Hello.
Good morning, welcome. And you have 5 minutes to speak to us this morning. Thank you.
Sir, you can hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Yes, we can. Yeah.
I apologize. All right. My name is Sonia Pace. I'm Director of the Richmond Gardens Ratepayers and Residents Association, as well as a resident of Richmond Gardens. And I'm speaking on behalf of the association and would like to thank you for the opportunity for us to be able to share with you our concerns that have been, concerns related to the proposed height and density and the lack of a public road for 250 Wincott Drive and 4620 Eglinton Avenue. The association and the surrounding communities have been responding to submissions made by the applicant for a number of years, as was noted by Rob. In addition to a year of pre-application dialogue, it's important to note that the association has consistently acknowledged that lands will be redeveloped and have indicated that it will support a redevelopment that respects the immediate low-density residential neighborhood context, and it's consistent with the city's official plan policies. We believe that the submission in front of you today continues to be far too ambitious and in sharp contrast with the surrounding residential neighborhood, both in height and density, and fails to meet the objectives of the city's OP and should not be supported as currently proposed. As such, we cannot accept the planning staff report recommendations before you today for the following reasons. 1, failure to respect the policies of the City of Toronto OP. The lands are designated in the city's OP as mixed-use development. In our opinion, an avenue study should be completed for this section of Eglinton prior to any major redevelopment. We are at a loss as to why such an important study was not required. With respect, the applicant is intending to redevelop the site with tall buildings. However, according to policy 3.1.3 of the city's OP tall buildings, typically buildings whose height is greater than the width of the adjacent road allowance are generally limited to parts of the downtown, centers, and other areas in which they are permitted by a secondary plan. This site, as you well know, is not located in the downtown nor a center, and no secondary plan has been undertaken or approved that would permit tall buildings. Tall buildings are not intended to be located on avenues. It also states that tall buildings are desirable in the right place, but they don't belong everywhere. When poorly located and designed, tall buildings can physically and visually overwhelm adjacent parks, streets, and neighborhoods. And this is the case with the 13-story building A, which is proposed quite literally a single depth house lot away from the Whitcomb Hill homes with a 0 setback. A second 13-story building and an 11-story building, argued to be mid-rise, with large podiums, are intended to be constructed in immediate proximity to existing 1-story bungalows, once again, including Princess Anne Manor to the south. These two buildings are, with their excessive height and mass, in no way constitute the feel and transitional qualities of true mid-rise buildings that are usually in the range of 8 or 9 stories, as is the adjacent Shanix building recently erected next to the site. Simply put, buildings should transition down and not up in residential neighborhoods. Furthermore, policy 4.5 of the city's OP states, not all mixed-use areas will experience the same scale or intensity of development. The highest buildings and greatest intensity will occur downtown at different scales and intensities set out by the respective secondary plans. Development along avenues will generally be at a much lower scale than the downtown, and most often at a lower scale than in the centers. The heights and density in this application are at heights and densities that should have gone through a secondary plan. This is a neighborhood context. This is not to occur in a neighborhood. Note, city planning have expressed similar opinions in writing. Secondly, the FSI and new streets. The applicant continues to suggest that the density is...
Please wrap up, Mrs. Pace.
I beg your pardon?
15 seconds. 15 seconds.
Oh.
Please wrap up.
Okay. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman and committee members, this is our position, and I must tell you that our position has been determined with much consideration, research, and authority from various subject matters. Our proposal is reasonable and is what the community needs. It has been consistently shared with the planning department, the developer, and Create Toronto. It's very unfortunate we stand before you today in opposition. We are very concerned.
Okay,
Okay.
You're out of time. Thank you, Mrs. Pace. Thank you. Are there questions of the Deputy Mayor Holiday? Questions?
Mr. Chair, and I'll beg your indulgence because I think Ms. Pace had some important messages, and I'm not going to ask questions of everybody, but Ms. Pace is from the Local Residents Association. Ms. Pace, can you just tell the committee, the association arrived at a position, and you wrote a letter last June. Can you just summarize the top key points about what the community has asked of the developer and of council, really? But
thank you. Yeah, through the chair, and thank you for the question, Deputy Mayor. Yes, in fact, this letter was submitted, and I'm assuming it's in your packages, councillors. We did send it to clerks, and it was sent to Create Toronto and Trinity and staff and everyone involved. This letter was set up a year ago through numerous consultations with our community. And as I said, we have subject matter experts that have helped us with our research on this development. We have always been in favor of a mid-rise development and have worked willingly with the developer to get to that stage. and we've not reached that stage. And as I said, the reasons why are height and density, the lack of a public road, and as well as the FSI with respect to the density. So the height is critical, the density is critical, and the public road really is a requirement because of the traffic and the fact that there is a private road being suggested where city council, city planning had suggested it should be a public road, has never really been identified or justified of why it is as such. And unfortunately, FSI has been extended because of the use of that private road. So the development is far too massive for this residential neighborhood. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Pace. Could you also just tell us, because I mean, I don't know the process, but the local residents association, interact with people. How did you arrive at the position? Was it, a couple people in a back room, or did you don't have to go through the whole process, but did you use a process to build some consensus on what people felt in the community to arrive at, this position? And I don't think the position has changed since you developed it.
Through the chair, thank you again for the question, Councillor Holiday. Indeed, we have a process. We're an association. We have an extensive membership of over 400 members. We have had virtual meetings, and the last meeting we had 100 people, and often there are two members in the households on the call, so almost 200 people. The meeting before that was something like 87 or 97. Again, that almost adds up to 180 people, and that's the process we've used. And we had voting as well, and we have been public with the letter. It's on our website, and all agreed to this particular position that we've taken today.
Okay, and finally, I mean, the letter's got some, I've seen it, right? It's got some components to it. In your interactions with people in the community, is there any sort of loud messages that come back about elements of the letter or the ask or the position that resound with people that are priorities? Just in terms of what you hear from the members within the community, whether they're a member of your association or not.
Certainly the heights and the density have always been first and foremost spoken about. But I would hate to respond on behalf of the full community. Councillor Holiday, I would be very happy to speak to the executive, and we could set up another meeting to go back to the community to ask them if there was a priority. But I wouldn't be able to answer that question. At this point, it's the three areas that I've indicated.
But just in terms of talking to people, I think people understand that letter, and it resonates. People understand the elements and what you've asked.
That's correct. Our recent meeting of a week and a half ago, as was mentioned, that there was some potential sharing of changing some of the numbers on the site, and Trinity and Creek Toronto were on the call as well. And there was complete opposition to increased massing and density because the developer has come back. As much as there has been some changes on both occasions, there has been increased units and density for the sites. Rather than going down, there has been increased numbers. And that was very bold. And the community felt that and really are in opposition.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. No further questions to the deputy. Our next speaker is Robert Ostry.
Good morning, all. It's Robert Ostry, a local resident on Whitacombe Hill. Whitacombe Hill.
Good morning, Mr. Ostry. Welcome. You have 5 minutes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Whitacombe Hill is a small L-shaped local residential street situated about 200 meters north of Eglinton Avenue West. It extends eastward from Kipling Avenue for about 300 meters to the vehicle access way to Richview Plaza. At that point, the street turns north for about 125 meters to terminate at Hunting Ridge, which is oriented in an east-west direction from Wincott Drive in the east to Kipling Avenue in the west. Two 11-story mid-rise apartment buildings occupy the south side of the east-west leg, or the long axis, of Whitacombe Hill. 26 detached houses with direct driveways are also present on the remaining northwest and east sides of the street. In summary, Whitacombe Hill has all the qualities of a quiet local residential street. A weekday traffic survey was conducted by the Whitacombe Hill residents from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. in September 2018. The survey indicated that a total of 1,945 vehicles per day used Whitcomb Hill, and that 1,174 vehicles, or 60%, used the Whitcomb Hill access into and from Richview Plaza. It is my understanding that the current traffic load of 1,945 vehicles per day is within the local road classification used by the City of Toronto. We note that Whitcomb Hill was reclassified to collector road status of 2,500 to 8,000 vehicles per day in 2018. No justification for the reclassification was available. However, based on population growth in this part of Etobicoke, Whitcomb Hill has always operated as a local road since about 1965 when the Richview Plaza was built. As you all know, the Richview Plaza is under consideration for redevelopment as Richview Squares. The number of parking spaces in the Richview Plaza redevelopment will also increase from the current 290 to approximately 932 spaces. The increase in parking spaces suggests that vehicle traffic will increase threefold with the redevelopment of the plaza. Consequently, it is anticipated that the number of vehicles using the Whitcomb Hill access will also increase 3 times to approximately 3,500 vehicles per day, and the total number of vehicles driving on Whitcomb Hill will increase to about 4,300 vehicles per day. The increase in traffic into and out of the redevelopment would elevate Whitcomb Hill from a quiet, low-traffic residential street for approximately the past 50 years into a busy collector road status. In a nutshell, the vehicle increase to collector road status would change the community character of Whitcomb Hill. This change is disturbing from a community character preservation viewpoint and is the reason why the Whitcomb Hill residents have signed a petition to reduce the vehicle accessway to a pedestrian walkway. From a planning perspective, providing a small neighborhood-scale retail facility with no residential units and a direct local street access is significantly different than entertaining a much larger-scale increased commercial facility with approximately 587 residential units. There is also some concern that closing the Whitcomb Hill accessway will divert an additional 3,000 vehicles per day to the vicinity roads. Consequently, consideration should be given to using only Eglinton Avenue for realignment of traffic entering and exiting the redevelopment. The traffic alignment for Richview Plaza development would be similar to the current Eglinton Avenue only access for the adjacent retirement residence of 4650 Eglinton Avenue West. We also note that the adjacent townhouses on Dryden Way to the west of the retirement residence also only have direct access to the Eglinton Avenue and Kipling Avenue arterial roads. In summary, there would be no direct access to local residential streets from any of these properties fronting onto Eglinton Avenue West from Kipling Avenue to Wincott Drive. In addition, additional signal lights would also be required to allow to access only from Eglinton Avenue West to the Richview Plaza redevelopment. These signal lights, in conjunction with the existing lights at Wincott Drive, would be in a similar configuration to the 6 Points intersection at the Dundas-Bloor-Kipling interchange and also the Kipling-Jutland North Queen interchange. In conclusion,
please wrap up, so you're out of time. Please wrap up.
Okay. We petition the city as part of the approval process to reduce Whitcomb Hill vehicle access way to a pedestrian walkway in order to retain the community character of Whitcomb Hill neighborhood. Thank you. And I will
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you. Is there questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Our next deputant is Tracy Napoli, Friends of Silver Creek. Is Tracy on the line?
Yes, Tracy Napoli.
Hi, Tracy. Good morning. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Tracy Napoli, a longtime resident of Richmond Gardens and member of the volunteer community group Friends of Silver Creek, a group whose emails and calls from Councillor Holiday have gone largely ignored. Our community is fortunate. We have not one, not two, but three community groups that volunteer their time to advocate for causes that matter to residents, in addition to the numerous individuals who take the time to get involved. However, Councillor Holyday has been abundantly clear that he will only work with one group, the Richmond Gardens Ratepayers and Residents Association, who represent only a segment of the community. On May 17th, the October 2020 plan that had been negotiated with the community that was to include reasonable height, density, inclusion of affordable housing, POPs in public parkland was to be put forward. And then without any notice to the community, it was deferred because 87 ratepayer members wanted a reduction of 2 towers on 2 buildings. Much has transpired since then, none of which has been a result of the councillor directly engaging the community at large. There was a small exception to that, as there was a mention in his newsletter regarding the proposed park at 4600 Eglinton Avenue West. However, only after a motion was proposed and accepted at the May 17th EYCC meeting. This proposed solution, a substitution for the loss of parkland on this development, will be home to the site of a Metrolinx exit and a large tractor power substation. We do not view this as a great substitute or solution. Multiple requests to the councillor to host a meeting so that the entire community could be involved went unanswered, and instead it was deferred to the RGRA to host and notify residents. However, many Willowridge, Martin Grove, Richview residents were not notified. The meeting on June 15th was capped at 100, with many residents not able to gain access, and some members who opposed the revised plan were removed by the meeting hosts. This was not a community consultation. Also, how is having one meeting 1 week prior to today's meeting, introducing significant changes to the plan that was to be voted on May 17th, sufficient time to properly consult with the community, take recommendations, discuss with city planning, traffic, and parks departments? Another community group, the Silver Creek Rejuvenation Park Project, submitted a petition with 98% of the 231 respondents not agreeing to the reduction of stories, which would increase density and provide the complete loss of parkland on site. We were not informed by Councillor Holyday of the motion that was being presented today. We discovered last night the zoning bylaw amendment application, where buildings A and B are to be reduced by 2 floors. However, it seems that building C is to be increased by 1 floor. This motion will see a reduction in a total of only 3 floors. Only 3 floors, but the trade-off is an increase in density and traffic based on the October 2020 plan and the loss of much needed parkland on site. This plan should have been publicly shared. It is not in the best interest of our community. It is not a win, nor is it representative of the entire community views. Our community keeps collecting cash in lieu fees from developers in lieu of parkland, but we have not seen any money spent. Calls regarding the $1 million that should have been used over the past 3 years to benefit Silver Creek and Richview parks have gone unanswered. With the cash in lieu for the loss of the on-site public park, where exactly will that money be spent? Because it certainly will not directly be spent in our community. Saying that this community has been consulted on this motion is not correct. Community engagement and consultation should be decided by the entire community and not one specific group. It is irresponsible to rush through motions in a matter of weeks when a plan that addressed many of the concerns from the community at large that was negotiated over 5 years was tossed aside, and the most recent application was not in consult or keeping in mind with the needs of the current and incoming residents. It is unacceptable to not ensure that the community at large has all the information and is provided the opportunity to express their opinions and have their questions answered in a timely manner. Giving up parkland is an imprudent move given it is a prime asset that many communities do not have and cannot acquire. Do not let today just be part of a checklist that you need to go through to pass the motion that is not wanted and not in the best interest of our individual seniors and families who reside here. Please think about what we are losing, which is irreplaceable, and what is to be gained, which will negatively impact the current and incoming community. I respectfully request that council vote against this motion and represent the requests of the community at large. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Question, Deputy Mayor Holyday.
Yeah, thank you. Ms. Napoli, just to affirm, it's the position of the Friends of Silver Creek that you want to support the developer's proposal as it was written in October 2020. and articulated in the staff report. Is that correct?
Yes, the previous submission at the May 17th meeting is on record.
Thank you. And you mentioned in your discussion today that there's a motion. Can you tell me what that motion is?
Perhaps did I use the wrong term, Councillor Holliday? It is whatever is being proposed today, the document that was submitted.
Which document is that?
It is excuse me one moment and I will bring it up. It is the zoning bylaw amendment application supplementary report. And that may not be a motion. But
and what is the staff recommendation on that? What is the staff recommendation?
Well, as we were able to see last night, that there would be an increase on building C by 1 floor and a reduction on building A and B by 2 floors.
And what else
that there is no parkland, and that there is no parkland on site.
And that there's no parkland, and that's consistent with the letter that the developer put in at last community council, right?
No, there was supposed to be 1,700 square meters of park on site.
No, but you understand that supplemental report was in response to community council's direction to ask the planning department to report on what it would mean or what it would look like if city council adopted the letter submitted by the developer to the last community council. You understand that that's what that report is responding to.
Given that there has been so much that has transpired over the last month, there are a lot of documents out there based on what we have been able to find, and unfortunately, which was not presented at any committee meeting or community meeting. That is what we have ascertained.
Okay, and you understand that the staff recommendations of that report are to receive the report, which basically means that the community council get rid of it, like decline it, put it aside, right?
Councillor, this is great information. This would have been great to have been presented at a meeting. Thank you for that information.
Well, you're most welcome, considering the report came out last night, but you understand that's what it says, right? That the staff recommend that the report be received. In other words, do nothing with it. And you support that, right? Like that's the crux of your presentation. You would like that alternate report set aside, or supplemental report's the correct word.
Councillor Holliday, our position is that we would like to see an inclusive responsive development, including parkland on site. Thank you.
Could you answer the question about the report, though? Do you want council to adopt the supplemental report and make those changes?
I'm not prepared to make that.
It?
Councillor Holliday, this would be a great discussion had our emails been responded to. We would love to have a further discussion on this based on the fact that we had limited time to review this. Right now, we are asking for parkland. Councillor Holliday, thank you so much for providing that information.
Mr. Chair, I just want the applicant the deputant to confirm their position, because they've come out with it, right? And they've made statements in their deputation. Could they just give the advice to community council as to what to do with the two reports that are before us? That's all I want to know, is what their position is. Should we adopt them as written by the staff, or should we do something different? I'm not getting an answer. Did we lose
I thought you were asking the Councillor Mark Grimes for a response. We would like
Ms. Temple, are you prepared to answer the question?
Yes, we would like to have the proposal that includes the full on-site parkland. So whatever report supports that is what we would like supported.
Okay, so that means that you have to trust me on this. That means that the community council not adopt the supplemental report and just receive it. You got to trust me. That's what that means. But you want that to go away.
As I said prior, as long as the on-site parkland with reduction in density and traffic is followed. Yes.
So the original submission, and you're okay with the building heights and the number of units and that kind of stuff?
I don't think okay is a great answer, but we think it is the most inclusive plan.
So you support it?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further questions, the deputant? Seeing none, thank you. Our next speaker is Anthony Monzi. Mr. Monzi.
To the chair, this is Fortis from City Clerk's office. That speaker is not present.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Our next deputant, Margaret Pearson. Is Ms. Pearson on the line? Margaret Pearson?
To the chair, Margaret Pearson is on the line and her mic is unmuted.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mrs. Pearson. Welcome. You have 5 minutes to speak this morning. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Councillors Grimes.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillors Grimes, Holiday, Ford, Nunziata, and Prusa. I'm Margaret Pearson. I've lived in Richmond Gardens for most of my adult life. I also am a member of Friends of Silver Creek, a community group that uses their voice to advocate for green space and benefits in the community. Over the past few years, that advocacy has been shared with the community and our councillor and was accepted by the developer, who included our requests in their proposal dated October 26, 2020. As a member of Friends of Silver Creek, our community advocacy saw positive results, and I'm here today to advocate for those benefits. Fact one, there definitely is development coming to Richview Plaza, but there's definitely a problem with this developing having too much density, too much traffic, and a lack of adequate parking. That being said, the developers in the community have worked hard over the last few years to reduce the initial size of the development. They have also agreed to and included much needed green space, a POPs area, and a satellite community space that will be city operated. Fact two, please look at the maps that have been submitted. As you can see from these maps, there is a little known fact. Half of Silver Creek Park is provincially owned and could, at some point in the future, be sold and developed. So the idea that we have adequate parkland in our community just is not true, especially for all of those who do not have a backyard. Fact three, climate change is real, and we are asked to do all that we can to help. To that end, we are in desperate need of as much green space as we can find. And to give up the proposed green space, which is half the size of Silver Creek Park, for a reduction in height is not even worth contemplating. A survey was undertaken in our community in which there was a 98% rejection of the latest proposal from Trinity and Create DO. And I am confused after the last questions that you asked, Councillor Holiday, about what the two proposals are. So a large part of what I was going to say today may not be representative. So basically, I think choice A is we accept the developer's proposal of October 26, 2020, even though it has too much density and does not have a public road. And choice B, we accept the developer's latest proposal. The answer is clear. I urge you to vote in favor of choice A, which includes and leave the proposed parkland, community space, and community benefits in place. It's good for the community and good for the environment. We are a community voice, and all our voices need to be heard. So what say you? I trust that you will join with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none,
Mr. Chair?
I'll move on to our next speaker. I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor Haldie, question?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Pearson. You have advocated for parks and green space, and that's laudable. One of the things that Friends of Silver Creek made a statement about was, and I think it's in the written materials, was about 4600 Eglinton, which is the space across the street.
Yes.
City Council recently turned that into parkland. Is Friends of Silver Creek supportive or opposed to the creation of more parkland at 4600 Eglinton?
Oh, absolutely in favor of. We think it's great.
Okay, what I just didn't understand, and I mean, maybe you can comment as a private resident instead of being a member of the group, is that the group urged council to defer the decision and not make it a park. And I couldn't understand that. Do you have any comments on that? Because you're involved with the group, right?
Yes. I think it was because we felt that the green space in front of the new development was going to disappear, that it was a trade-off, and we were advocating for both because it pushes the development too close to Eglinton. And if you have to go out to walk your dog, there's a big difference between going down to a green space that's right in front of your building or having to get dressed and go across the street to a park. So we're advocating for both green spaces. Never too much.
So you're okay with 4600 Eglinton. Like that was a good move, notwithstanding what's going on across the street. You're still happy that the city is getting a park over there no matter what happens.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I mean that's important. And I mean I wish Friends of Silver Creek would say that, but they try to shut that down at council through their communication, and I was a bit frustrated with that. You also, maybe you don't realize, but you can tell me if I'm wrong, that the parkland dedication on the development site across the street at 250 Wincott the developer has to either pay cash in lieu or they have to provide the space on the property. You can't kind of say, well, here's another property somewhere else and that's going to make up for it.
Yeah, I understand that. But
Okay,
I think our one concern with the green space, that the new park, is that it will have the substation on it, and it will have so that diminishes the size of the park, and I don't think it replaces the green space. And because we drive around all the other places, there's such a huge lack of green space, we just can't get enough.
Yeah, and I hope you can appreciate that I can't really control the substation. I mean, that's Metrolinx, and we're going to have to live with it. Yeah. Okay. Thanks very much for talking to us today.
So can I have one more question to answer for you? So what is your position then on the green space? In front of
that's not. I'm sorry, that's not allowed. I'm sorry, that's not allowed.
That wasn't clarified to me when I supported that. Wow.
Yeah. Okay. Any further questions, the deputy? Seeing none, thank you. Moving on to our next deputant is Martin Green. Martin Green.
To the chair, Martin is on the line and unmuted.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Green. Welcome. You have 5 minutes. Mr. Green, can you hear us? Mr. Green, have you unmuted your mic? Mr. Green? Sounds like we're having technical difficulties there. To the clerk, maybe we'll stand Mr. Green down.
To the chair, we can.
Yeah, I think we'll stand Mr. Green down. We can't hear him. We hear him now? Mr. Green?
Mr. Chair, we can connect with Mr. Green offline and figure out his technical issues. The next speaker is ready.
Okay. Okay, our next speaker, Barry Morrison. Mr. Morrison, are you there?
I am here by telephone.
Okay, good morning. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'm a 40-year resident of Princess Anne. I have some planning familiarity, as some of you may recall. And I am not a member of RGRAA, but they are, and frankly, the only organization that has ever, to the best of my knowledge, reached out for any opinion I might have. And I basically agree with the position paper that Louisa Galley presented earlier, and I'm not going to repeat any of that. The issue, of course, is that this is an avenue and its mixed-use designation. And, of course, as pointed out previously, your official plan and mid-rise guidelines basically hold that to mid-rise development and not higher than 11. I'm not going to get into that. The big issue is this development too intense or is it not? And I'm going to, I think, just try to give you a statement of your own staff, and I'm just going to test that for its current applicability. It was June 3rd, 2019. Your staff at that time wrote, "It should be noted that staff are of the opinion the proposal in its present form is not consistent with the PPS and does not conform to a place to growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe 2019 in the official plan. While staff acknowledges the site is appropriate for intensification, the proposed building heights and massing of the current proposal are not in conformity with the avenue's policies and would be more appropriately associated with intensification in the centers or downtown. Further, the proposal is not in keeping with the local context of the low-density neighborhood surrounding the site." They did note that the 2.56 density then presented was not true and that it was 4.5 minimum. Association, I guess, thought it could be as high as 5. That's because they were including private roads and the shopping center parking lots and so on in their calculations. Staff went on to refer to the public streets, states that policy, I won't reference, states that new streets should be public streets. Private streets, where appropriate, should be designed to integrate into the public realm and meet design objectives for new streets. Staff are of the opinion that the proposed private street should be public, as it will not only serve the residential buildings, but also provide general public access to the commercial plaza. They would then went on to say, staff are of the opinion the original and revised proposals do not conform with the official plan policies, as the height, density, and massing are not consistent with the local low-density context of the area. That's very important, and present an unacceptable level of intensification. The proposal is also not providing an appropriate public street nor parkland dedication. Now, some revisions were made, and then I guess the question is are the revisions now in sync with an avenue's kind of a proposal? Well, we do know that 13 stories well exceeds avenue's limits of 11 stories, and there's reasons for that. One thing, though, I would like to do, I had a photograph submitted, and I don't know whether it was received by council. I actually sent it to each member. I don't know whether that can be confirmed or not. If not, I'm just going to proceed. The photograph was of a building that most of you are probably quite aware of in the Etobicoke city center, at the north, or at the southeast corner of Auckland Road and Dundas. That is probably the highest and most intense building that you have in your city center, next to, within walking distance of a subway station, a GO train station, and an interregional bus terminal. That building is 40 stories high. It has a floor space of 28,228 square meters above the podium. In other words, 38 stories above the podium. That equates to building C. Your building B equates to a 30-story building, and if we look at what the developer has done with this commercial space, dividing all the commercial space into 2 floors, it's pretty safe to assume that that building could be close to 32. So just take 8 stories off of the tallest building you have in the city center, and guess what? You've got equivalency to the 2 buildings that are being put in this residential community context on an avenue. Now, let's forget about the official plan and all.
Please wrap up, Mr. Morse.
Okay, I'm just going to say, sir, if there's a decision to be made, I think you have to ask yourself, what is preferable here? What the developer is proposing in either of his 2 unacceptable alternatives, I don't know why anybody would choose between them, or the proposal that the community put to you in the June 2020 letter that Ms. Pace put to you. That's it.
Okay, thank you for your time. Thank you. You have a question from the Deputy Mayor? Deputy Mayor Hawley, question?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Morrison. I just wanted to recap the emphasis of your presentation and remind my colleagues and those listening. So what's before us is a proposal for 3 new buildings plus the existing building, so 4 buildings on the plaza site. And I think what you told us was that although the picture kind of makes them look the way that they look, if you built an equivalent sized tower to the building that's building C, it would be a 40-story tower. And I think the example you gave us is the one right outside Kipling Station. Is that the main crux, like the point that you wanted to impress? That although it looks that way, it's a 40-story tower.
That is correct. What they're basically doing is squashing a tall building, a 40-story tower, the biggest one in your city center, into an 11-story. Well, it's really 12. I guess that the reality is that the wolf has been disguised as grandma, and there's no getting away from it. This is a very intense development. It is not appropriate for a community context or an avenue. It should not be approved. It should be reduced. I don't care how it's reduced. The height is going to be oppressive, and it's going to overwhelm the character of both communities, Richmond Gardens and Princess Anne.
Thank you, Mr. Morrison.
I should add, there's one missing link here. The developer has always been asked to disclose what is going to ultimately be applied for the plaza. They were asked by the previous planning director for a master plan, and they refused. So there's still another building to worry about.
Understood. And you have thought this through, and I think it's just the the point you're trying to leave community council is that, there's a couple of options before us and you don't particularly care for either of them. And that it should be noted that this is a very, very intense development, even though it looks the way that it does over a plaza site.
Everybody wants more affordable housing. Everybody wants more transit affordable housing, and that's good. But this is an overreach. It should not be a burden to this community. It should be modified. It should not be the two proposals that are before them. It should be something else. I don't care how it's reduced, but it should be reduced.
Thank you. I know Ms. Chair Grimes is having some audio technical issues.
Sorry, Mr. Green, Martin Green, we're going back to Martin Green. Mr. Martin Green, are you on the line?
Yes, I am now. Thank you, on telephone.
Okay, good morning. We're glad we got you back. Good morning, sir, and you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of Community Council. I'm speaking today as a resident and a research scientist. Over the past 5 years, I've provided extensive written analysis and participated in many meetings regarding the development of this site. I'm dismayed that the final report from planning is neither accurate nor complete. My written comments to you provide supporting evidence. The report's flaws and apparent lack of objectivity in favor of the applicant are so egregious that I urge you to reject the recommendations and not approve the application. The most important contentious issue is whether the new road through the site should be a private street or a public street, as required by the official plan. The final report claims that the street cannot be public due to easements with an adjacent property. Although easements exist, they are solely for the purpose of permitting vehicular and pedestrian thoroughfare for the general public. A public street would fully serve that purpose. The claim that easements prevent the street from being public is false, and the report provides no other reason why the new street should not be public. The final report provides no analysis regarding whether a private street would be appropriate, necessary to be allowed under the official plan, quite likely because it is far from meeting the criteria in the city's policy statement for private streets. Nowhere does the final report disclose that the real reason the applicant wants a private street is so the parking garage can extend beneath most of the street, something that would not be allowed with a public street. Neither is it disclosed that with the high expected traffic volume, the private street would become a 170-meter-long Class A bridge, the highest class. No consideration was given to the long-term implications of such a private bridge intended for daily use by the general public. If you are unwilling to reject the application, then you should impose a condition that the new street be public as required by the official plan, and because a public street would be designed with full consideration of the Complete Streets guidelines, which has not been done for the proposed private street. Community members have expressed many concerns with this development application at the community consultation meeting and in written communications and meetings with the involved planners. I have personally submitted detailed and comprehensive analyses covering many areas of concern. Without any supporting analysis, the final report claims that the proposal is compatible with the neighboring land uses, fits the existing character of the neighborhood, and does not create any potential undue impacts. Arguments and analysis submitted by local residents demonstrate that this is not true. With no credible rebuttal, planning has simply ignored the concerns. The final report admits that support for the proposal by the Design Review Panel was conditional on re-examination of vehicular access, particularly for loading and parking, from the internal courtyard. The panel also suggested improvements be made to open and green space connections, transportation and traffic design, sustainable design, and the proposed courtyard. Subsequent revisions of the application made no substantive changes related to the panel's condition or suggestions, yet the final report states, planning staff are satisfied the revised proposal achieves the objectives identified by the Design Review Panel. Why planning staff should be satisfied is inexplicable, since the claim is not consistent with the evidence. In line with the Design Review Panel concerns, my written comments demonstrate that the private road and driveway system within the site would not be safe for pedestrians or cyclists and cannot possibly handle the traffic volume the applicant expects. These brief remarks and my more comprehensive written comments should make it clear that the final report does not present a complete, accurate, and objective assessment of the application with proper consideration of community feedback and concerns. Most importantly, there is no valid justification for a private street. If Council accepts false, incomplete, or misleading information, then public trust will be lost and democracy will suffer. I urge you to demand complete and trustworthy reports from City staff and to enforce that demand by not accepting recommendations for which the supporting reports do not meet those criteria. If you are unwilling to completely reject the recommendations from planning, I urge you at minimum to demand that the new street be a public street as is required by the official plan. If you need more detail to be convinced, please ask me. I will be pleased to answer your questions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much. Our next deputant, John DeSalvo. DeSalvo?
Yes, good morning, Chair and Council. My name is John DeSalvo.
Good morning, welcome, sir. And you have 5 minutes to speak to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm a resident of Richmond Gardens, and I'm also the president of the Richmond Gardens Ratepayers Association. This association has been actively involved in the last 7 odd years or so dealing with the changes that have come to this community, namely development for the Shannox residents, and then the Eglinton LRT extension west, and now this development at Ridgeview Plaza. The association, through its leadership, has engaged the community on this development, and we've been involved in an extensive consultation, as was initially brought forth at the beginning by the gentleman from Bosfield, I think Mr. Smith. And the reason is, when this announcement of this development first came forth, I approached the councillor at the time, and as the president, I said, I want to engage with the developer and let them know that we're not against development. We actually are okay with the development that's coming. We know it's going to come, but what we're looking for is something that's going to maintain and improve quality of life for the community. And so we had the opportunity to meet with Trinity and or Bill Toronto at the time, and we shared that message, and we've been working with them ever since. They then engaged people like Brooke Pooney to come out to the community, listen to what the community was asking for, and try to develop something we can all be proud of. And what they heard was that the community is okay with development as long as it's in line with what city guidelines allow for, which is a mid-rise. We welcome more retail, and we welcome the changes that we're going to come to improve the site. In response, the developer came back with these outrageous designs that included 22-story towers initially on their initial proposal back in 2018 April. 2 towers of 22 and then 1 tower of 16. And then we sort of can engage with them again. And what they did is they came back with another proposal with even more density, even more height to the whole thing. And so instead of coming to work with us, they worked against us. And so again, this required more consultation. And it's been an ongoing struggle with this developer to get them to come into line with what's appropriate for the area and what the community's been asking for right from day one. Again, we are not against development. So this timeline that they discuss, it's been such a long process. It's their fault. They are the ones that continuously come back with more and more. And so even this last amendment that we were trying to do with them, we are in favor of green space. We have no problem with green space. We welcome green space. That's not the issue. What we were trying to do was to find a solution with this developer that would allow them to still keep their GFA, allow them, as they say, meet their pro forma profitability targets that they keep talking about they have to achieve. And so what we suggested to them as an alternate to their October proposal was, let's continue to bring the heights down to mid-rise, which is what this area is zoned for. And if we have to, potentially sacrifice that green space, but the intention was not to do it at the expense of more density and more GFA. So they took the liberty of that offer and they came back with more density and more GFA. Again, totally just a slap in the face of what we were trying to work with them to do. So that's not what the intention of that opportunity was. And again, we did not make this decision as a group of 5 people. We said we have to go back to the community, get their feedback, and see where they stood on this. We did have that meeting. Councillor Holiday helped us organize that meeting. And we heard back loud and clear that this new proposal, this new alternative proposal is not acceptable. So we continue to work with the developer, with the community to find a solution. That's our job. That's what we continue to do. So we have to move forward. That alternative proposal is no longer on the table. It's done. It's over. We do not want to hear about it. So going back to the October proposal, we object to that. We object to that because it does not fall in line with the guidelines that is in front of us. So what do we want? And again, we go back to saying it's not enough to say what we don't want, but what we do want, what we're prepared to support. And again, that's in the June letter that was raised.
Please wrap up, sir. You're out of time. Please wrap up.
Yeah, the RGA would support an appropriate mid-rise development proposal for this site and believes that a mid-rise development would be in keeping with the policy of the city official plan, consistent with the City of Toronto design guidelines, prevailing planning practice, and wider industry standards. A mid-rise built form no higher than 11 stories could be supported. That's what we
Thank you, sir.
For. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a question by the Deputy Mayor Holiday. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm going to thank my colleagues. I know there's a lot of speakers today. And the reason I'm going to ask this next question on that, Mr. DeSalvo, you are the president of the Local Residents Association. And, you know, we've had a lot of your members speak here and there's some others. Is it fair to say that this has been a project of passion for a number of volunteers within your association for the last number of years? Like, you've put a lot of work, hours and hours and hours and hours into this. Is that fair to say?
We've spent thousands of hours organizing community meetings, organizing, at the Huckluck Center, at Ridgeview Collegiate, at Brookpoon. It's just been and then ongoing calls with developer, with yourself, with the other councillor, with Creatio evenings. Like, I'm a businessman, and I've dedicated thousands of hours of my time at the expense of my own business and dealing with my own clients. And why am I doing this? I live here. I want to continue to live here another 20 years. And what I'm looking for is something that will maintain improved quality of life for this community. That's why we're here. And we're all trying to find that solution. What we continue to get is pushback from this developer that has one goal in mind, which is to meet their pro forma numbers. And they refuse to listen to what we have continued to work with them towards, which is build something we can be proud of and we can enjoy using. And that's what we're here to do. And that's what our community and the association and all the volunteers that we have that have spent time delivering flyers, communicating with people, trying to do here. And that we're trying to work for a better community.
Mr. DeSalvo, I mean, comments earlier, one of the speakers was just about a community meeting that was held, that this community council allowed me to defer the item to go back to the community. Would it be fair to say that the developer, took a bit of time after the last community meeting, which is a month ago, so community council meeting, which was a month ago, to make a clear submission about what it is that they were articulating in their letter? And, that community meeting was pulled together in a real hurry. And can you tell me how many flyers got delivered by your association to make it happen?
Yes, we delivered over 1,250 flyers. The volunteers delivered, and we sent out over 400 emails to people on our email list.
I mean, that's just a sampling of how much effort the association has put into this. And and I think I just think it's important for my colleagues to hear that there's a reason why there's a lot of people that have come to speak today. Would you agree to that this is the word on the street and this has consumed the association for quite some time?
Absolutely. This has been an ongoing issue within the community for the last 4 to 5 years here. And we've made progress. We're moving forward. It's taken a lot of effort. People like Martin Green and Barry and Sonia in our group and all the other people that have volunteered their time and energy to bring this to this level where we are right now. When you think of where we were to where we are, but again, the developer has to understand this is not downtown. This is a low-rise community of homes that people have enjoyed living here, and we welcome development, but it's got to be in line with what we have here, not with what they want, but what the community needs and what the community has been asking for. And that's why this has been dragging on. And again, with your support, we've been able to get this far, and I hope we can get what we've been asking for, which is a mid-rise concept with no more than 11 stories on this development.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Our next speaker, Janet Griffiths.
Good morning, councillors. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Good morning. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Janet Griffiths-Maximew. I'm a member of Friends of Silver Creek, and we're a volunteer group who formed in 2015 to save Silver Creek School in Richmond Gardens. And we succeeded in saving children's programs in the associated green space adjacent to Silver Creek Park. Since 2016, we have advocated for community space at the Trinity development, and we're very happy for the 5,000 square feet negotiated through section funds. We too are a volunteer group, and we too have spent countless hours on behalf of our community. Today, councillors, I'm asking you to vote to keep the proposed city parkland on site at the Trinity development. Please vote against this revised proposal before you today and accept October 2020 proposal, which is also endorsed by the Silver Creek Park Rejuvenation Group. You've received that documentation from their submission. The October 2020 proposal provided 1,700 square meters of parkland and 659 square meters of privately owned public space for a total of about 2,400 square meters of communal space. The park was planned to be adjacent to the new community agency space and a short walk from the newly built Shannock Seniors Residence. This was an integrated community plan. The June 14th revision provides 0 square meters of parkland and 1,200 meters of POPs, located in between 2 buildings with an identified wind tunnel effect. The result is half of the public space, all maintained by the landlord in a less desirable location. Some Richmond Garden residents have expressed they don't care about the parkland, and I was struck by one comment from one resident who said at the local community meeting that this is a scrap of land. To these residents, I would say, you have your scrap of land, it's your backyard. The proposed city park would be a backyard for approximately 1,500 condo residents. This is in addition to the 2,000 residents of 4 developments on the former Richview Transit lands, all built without backyards and communal green space. During the pandemic, we have learned how critical accessible green space is to our health and welfare. A recent Richmond Gardens Ratepayers and Residents Association email stated that the recently redesignated 4600 Eglinton Avenue West property is an attractive alternative to the much smaller park the developer had proposed. And Councillor Holiday, at this point, I will say that we did make a statement to say that we supported your independent initiative of 4600 Eglinton Avenue and that we need more green space in our growing community, but we were concerned that this parkland would be the option of having the green space on site at Trinity. We're clear that we're supporting both areas of green space. So the association or Councillor Holiday have informed the community about conditions that would cause residents to question the suitability of this property as an appropriate substitution for on-land park at the Trinity site. Number 1, this 0.9 acres of land will be added to the site and area specific policy 265, whereby the provisions prohibiting the disposal of city-owned land in the parks and open space area does not apply. In other words, it's not protected like other parkland. City staff have confirmed that this new parkland will be the site of a Metrolinx emergency exit building and a large tractor power substation. What is the footprint of the infrastructure and what will then be the measure of the usable parkland? Number 2, a plaza parking lot on 46 Eglinton Avenue, currently rented land from Creatio, is excluded from the proposed redesignation. Is this surface included in the 0.9 acres? Is there a possibility that this land will be further developed by the plaza owners, thus impacting a new community park? All these questions have yet to be answered by Councillor Holyday. We did submit questions to Councillor Holyday. We were willing to discuss this and have our questions answered, but Councillor Holyday did not respond. These questions were also not addressed at the community consultation. We were not given that opportunity. In addition, this new park is located at the busy intersection of Eglinton and Wincott, and it'll only become busier. Asking seniors and condo families with young children to cross traffic at an expanded intersection when a park was designed to be on the doorstep, but that park was eliminated because homeowners with backyards wanted 11 stories instead of 13, is the opposite of responsible urban planning. Please, councillors, I'm asking you to consider seniors, families, and children in this design. Please honor the recommendations of the Eglinton West study of streetscape that recommended more connectability in this barrier. A reduction of 3 stories, but losing a city park in the process is not a win for the community at large. Please vote no to the June revision of the 250 Wincott Drive development and accept the October proposal. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hawley. The question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Griffiths-Maxieu, thank you for speaking today. You're the co-chair of Friends of Silver Creek, I think, because that's where the letters were signed. What's your position on the staff recommendations of the supplemental report? Their recommendation is to receive. Do you think council should vote for that, or council should do something else with it?
Are you referring to the document that was posted last night at 6 o'clock?
The staff report.
The staff report. Can you confirm that we are talking about the same one? When I went to the website last night at around 6 o'clock, that document was available. And I just want to clarify, Councillor Holyday, that they are responding to, this is a staff report, that they were responding to your direction from the last community council meeting to go forward and investigate this.
That's correct. That the community council asked the staff to report on the letter that was submitted by the developer and show us what a bylaw would look like to implement that. Are you in favor of the staff's recommendation to receive that bylaw, which means to essentially take it and set it aside and not process it?
Well, again, I will reiterate Tracy Napoli, and unfortunately, we did not get clarity on this. That's what we were hoping for at the community consultation meeting last week, so that it would be a fulsome discussion. So I'm going to reiterate to say that I'm in favor of, I think it's quite clear I'm in favor of green parkland today. And that was represented in the October 2020 proposal. As it stands now, there is no green City of Toronto parkland that I can see on this report. However, I am not a staff expert. I am not a counselor. We are doing the best we can to understand the situation. We do know at the April virtual meeting of the Richmond Gardens Ratepayers Association, 87 members and yourself included, then at that time voted, and you got the support to move this forward to reduce the buildings, but that meant the elimination of the park. That is not acceptable in our viewpoint.
Thank you. Just another question. Ms. Napoli referred to, and I think you did, is you had some questions, and the sort of the theme of the information that I've seen put out by your organization is, this push to be at the table or to collaborate. I've got a letter in front of me from November 16th, 2020 that you sent. And you sent it to a bunch of people, a bunch of members of the public, and it's written, I was copied on it, and it's written to John DeSalvo, the president of the RRA. And it goes on about the community space inside the development. But I'm going to quote from the letter. Your letter gives the false impression that you, and the next name I'm not going to mention because it's a senior member of the Toronto Public Service, a gentleman, but I'm not going to mention his name because it's not fair. This person and Stephen Holiday, a trinity of 3 males, have made this happen for the community. You have erased the work and contribution made by Friends of Silver Creek. Now that's pretty harsh. And it was sent to a whole bunch of people. I got it right here. And I just wondered, and it was signed off by you, as a co-chair of the Friends of Silver Creek. And I just wondered, you've pushed for a collaboration, but this kind of thing goes out. How could you expect collaboration after saying something like that?
I can respond now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Councillor Holiday, could you turn your mic off? Can you turn your video off? We're having a hard time here. Could you turn your video off?
I can respond now. Hello, can you hear me? I am not sure if anybody can hear me. Should I continue? Can I get confirmation that I'm being heard?
Councillor Grimes, I think the audio might be with you, some of the challenges, because we could hear Councillor Holiday clear.
Yes, you can.
You can hear me
Hello?
now.
Can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me? Can I continue? Councillor Holiday, that whole bunch of people that you're referring to was you as the councillor, and it was also to the members of the Richmond Gardens Ratepayers Association. And I think it's only fair that I can represent my side of that situation, because you are not, because I do not have the exact wording of Mr. DeSalvo's response to the community, but it was basically, and I will ad lib, it went as this. This is a recent proposal for the community space. I looked at it, the planner looked at it, the council looked at it, and, I agreed. And yes, you well know in municipal politics that sometimes tempers run hot. This was an affront to the work that we did, that Mr. DeSalvo was aware of, and I won't go into the continuing conversations that occurred after this, but it was clarified how we had been involved in our advocacy for community space since 2016. If you require that written documentation of the timeline of the conversations that we had with Parks and Rec, with former councillor, I'd be more than happy to give that to you. But to raise this point at this point in time, I see this as your effort to discredit our voices in Silver Creek. And that's unfortunate, because we have tried many times to engage with you, and you don't want to talk to us because we keep asking about what's happening with the development funds that were struck with Shannix in 2016. And you said to us, yes, there would be improvements to the park. Well, councillor, here we are 3 years later, and that's not happening. So I apologize to all members who had to listen, who are present today, who had to listen to this conversation as Councillor Holiday is trying to discredit our organization. And I will not continue further with how the Richmond Gardens Ratepayers Association, the president specifically, has tried to discredit us. But do know this, is that we are a voice for green parkland. It's critical in our neighborhood. We're never going to have that opportunity to get it back again. So I will leave my words with you, and the audience can make their decisions.
Okay, thank you very much. I think our chair is having some audio issues, so I'll just jump in. Any further questions for the speaker?
Thank you.
Oh,
your time is up. Thank you. Okay, any questions of the deputy?
Okay, I'll just jump back in here. We'll go to our next speaker, John Cirillo.
Hello, Mr. Chair, members of council. I'm presuming I can be heard.
Yeah. Hi, John. Yeah, we can hear you. I think our chair's having a little bit of a challenge, so we're going to figure that out. You have 5 minutes to speak to the committee. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm a principal of Squires Apartments Limited, basically a company that owns the 7-acre property butting the western lot line of the subject location. Our property contains 2 11-story buildings with a total of about 243 apartment dwellings. The ownership of our site has been consistent for over 65 years. Squires Apartments and its principals have prided themselves on the commitment to the quality care, safety, and respect that is given the building, its residents, and the neighborhood at large. Our property is probably the only private property that, quite frankly, abuts the subject property of this application, and we're probably the most impacted by the change in zoning to the applicant's land. And through no fault of anybody, and particularly council, I have to tell you that this is the first opportunity on behalf of Squires Apartments I've had the opportunity to speak on this matter. And I'm not blaming anybody, and it's probably as much my fault as anybody else's, but not until I received the notice of public meeting through my property managers, Squires Woods or Ryan Group Properties Limited. And with pleasure, I've made this opportunity to speak to you, and I'm probably a Johnny come lately on all this, and I don't want to interfere with all the good work and effort that both council members, the developer, and certainly members of the public have made to where we are today. I'm reviewing the site plan, probably, and that's definitely my own fault. And here are my comments. Squires Apartments, we do not oppose density and height. We're more concerned about the site plan, and particularly Building A. Building A, which I understand now is going to be 11 stories, is as close to our eastern boundary, and it impacts materially our view, a view that we've enjoyed. You can see the Humber River Valley, the city skyline, the beautiful morning sun that comes in. We have residents that have been in Squires for over 30 years. As I say, we've owned the site for 65 years. And we welcome change. It's inevitable. And officially, we are not opposing density and height. But I hope there can be consideration to maybe the location of the building, maybe changing height. I don't know what to suggest, but I want there to be concern for this. We have a pool. We have a glass enclosed pool that is open at night with lights that is immediately adjacent to this 13-story building that's going to be built. I'm suggesting, I sent a letter to this regard, that serious concern be given to the privacy issues, whether it be a tree buffer zone, security cameras, superior lighting, circumstances that would respect residents who enjoyed this site for the many years that have to live with development. I remind council that our site's 7 acres. I think we're even bigger than the subject application site, and we only have 243 units. You're approving 640 units on this site that will create a serious precedent for when and if Squires Apartments would later develop, or whether townhouses, high rises, I don't know what will come of our site if money is our primary concern. We love the area, so do our residents. Residents are family, it's their homes. And we have a lot of seniors. And the access, the increased density that will go on to Etobicoke, which I remind council, we do not oppose, but we have to put the measures in to best suit the complementary uses with existing neighborhoods. I'm talking speed bumps. I'm talking security cameras. And so I don't know if council has this opportunity to enforce all the concerns that best implement a coordinated effort with development and the existing neighborhood. I've listened today.
Thank you, John. 5 minutes are up. Could you just wrap up?
Yeah, I just welcome I think the genuine effort that everyone who's been participating in this event are hoping and wishing in the best interest to coordinate with the developer. It's been a wonderful experience. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, John. Any questions to the speaker? Seeing none, thank you very much. Our
Councillor
next
Ford,
speaker,
I think I'm back. Councillor Ford, I had some technical.
you're
you hear
back.
me okay?
Yeah, you're good.
Under number 13, Gino Franceschetti. Next speaker.
To the chair and vice chair, that speaker is not present.
Okay, we'll move right along. Next speaker, Brad Dixon. Mr. Dixon, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Council. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Welcome, and you have 5 minutes to speak to us this morning. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm speaking as a resident of the area. I want to note that the land was previously owned by and sold by the city with no community input in regards to the sale of it. Therefore, having been public land, the public's input should have greater influence in its use and benefits to the community. The developer bought the land with existing zoning restrictions. They paid a price based on those zoning restrictions. Now they want the city to rezone to increase its value immensely, even though the city did not sell the land at rezoned values. So a win for the developer. And as a note, the developers always ask for sky-high requirements. Right? They are not a victim in this, even though their narrative tries to put them as this. The developer wants to encroach on parkland, doesn't need it to build more units. Now, the city is looking to accept cash in lieu of parkland, following a pattern that's been done in other developments, leaving many areas of Toronto without parkland, causing more costs to the city in billions of dollars in projects like the proposed Sky Deck. The reality is, had the city rejected cash in lieu, the city would have more parks. We're also seeing in this project community benefits being applied as conditions in this project. I mean, we've seen Section 37 money in other projects used, for example, in a private daycare and under the label of community benefit. Now, my issue, for example, is with the 60 units of affordable housing in this project. The reason I say that is what those 60 units benefit is really 60 residents, not the community. It provides hundreds of thousands of tax-free benefits to those 60 residents, while the rest of the community pay market value property on unearned income. The value of those 60 units would equal the cost to build a full community center like the Black Creek Community Center with full facilities, swimming pool, gyms, etc. Yet this community is left begging for scraps from this developer in the form of small community space. Again, this is on previously publicly owned land. We have seen other publicly owned land sold along Eglinton, generating enormous revenue for the city while providing very little community benefit. Clearly, this community is not a priority for the city. No political will exist to require the development to provide a full community center like has been built in other neighborhoods. The funds exist for this. Public land existed on a transportation corridor. What was lacking was political will. A community center proposal has been dangled in front of voters in this community for years like a carrot. Yet the action we have seen is public land sold to developers who then give little benefit to the community. The affordable housing benefits 60 residents and the developer because in 25 years, my understanding is it returns to the developer. Yet a community center would last for many decades to benefit the community. Now, affordable housing projects already exist, funded by taxpayers along Eglinton Avenue. So no NIMBYism exists in this community. We just want real community benefits from this project, built on previously owned public land. A full community center would be such a project. I want to note that the developer has shown a lack of concerns for community quality of life, not just in the existing community, but in residents who would buy units in their building. This is evident even in the parkland that was presented, in the renderings of parkland, as the proposal is void of playgrounds or other community amenities associated with community park. We see multiple sidewalks with some green area in between. They want to build on the existing public facilities, or actually utilize and benefit from the existing public facilities, like the Silver Creek Park, that have been in existence for decades, to offset the lack of any real park infrastructure they would have to provide, even though the close park facilities were paid for in part by existing community giving funds above the city contribution. So we are seeing community benefits being applied to conditions, even though the community has had very little input into those conditions. Again, it just boils down to, as a resident, I sort of look at this whole thing and basically say, no, we are looking and gaining scraps here, when in actual fact, we should be getting much more, and we have a developer who is pegging all of the benefits that exist in the community, like a pool, like a park, etc., and not having to give up anything at all. So I'm open for questions.
Thank you very much. Questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mark Richardson from Housing Now. Mark Richardson, you on the line, Mr. Richardson?
Yes, can you hear me, Councillor?
Yes, we can. Good morning and welcome, Mark. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Councillors, thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak. I'm Mark Richardson from the volunteer group HousingNowTO.com, which tracks the real-world delivery of new affordable housing projects in the City of Toronto. Today, I'd like to go back to some first principles on this site at 4620 Eglinton Avenue West. A major portion of this site was 2.3 acres.
and I am a member of the Future Residents Association. My goal today is to speak to you as a current resident that is considering and supporting the rights and aspirations of future residents to live, work, and enjoy the Willow Ridge Martin Grove Richview community in the same way that current residents do today. I have lived in Willow Ridge Martin Grove Richview for over 20 years. I have grown up swimming and playing tennis in Silver Creek Park, frequenting the many essential services in Richview Plaza, voting in elections at Richview Library, and utilizing the easily accessible transit and highway connections to the rest of the city of Toronto and beyond. After giving birth to my son a year ago, I've enjoyed rediscovering the park's green space and tree canopy during our neighborhood walks. As current residents, we are privileged to live in a neighborhood with the building blocks of a complete community. My hope is that future residents can enjoy these same benefits, and we do our part as current residents to include and welcome new people into our community. The redevelopment of Richview Plaza represents an immense opportunity to house thousands of residents directly beside a higher order transit corridor, the Eglinton LRT. Not just new residents, but even existing residents will have the opportunity to live and work close to transit. I support building more housing in Willow Ridge, Martin Grove, Richview, especially around major transit in our community. The redevelopment also presents an opportunity to ensure community benefits through private development. In July 2018, City Council authorized the use of capital funding and other financial incentives to provide for 72 units of affordable housing to be built on the site. This was part of Mayor John Tory's flagship Open Door Affordable Housing program. I support building purpose-built affordable housing in Willow Ridge, Martin Grove, Richview. We must remain committed to building as many of those 72 units as we can to do our part in this community to increase affordable housing across the city. I would also like to make a point about the parkland that has been proposed. I understand there was supposed to be publicly owned 1,700 meters squared of parkland on site for future residents of the development and the community at large to use. That amount of parkland has been drastically reduced in order to accommodate the concerns of certain residents about the height and density of the buildings. This is an unacceptable trade-off. Future residents need access to green space and parkland on site. I support securing the most amount of physical parkland possible on site for the benefit of future residents. If this means the buildings need to be a few stories taller, then so be it. To be clear, there are two factors that inform my decision on which proposal to support: affordable housing and parkland. I will support whichever proposal delivers on as many of the 72 units of purpose-built affordable housing and also delivers on the 1,700 meters squared or more of on-site parkland. I look forward to welcoming more Torontonians into Willow Ridge, Martin Grove, Richview through this development. Diverse types of housing create diverse neighborhoods. Diverse neighborhoods create diverse communities, and diverse communities create diverse cities. Toronto is a diverse city, and inclusion begins at the neighborhood and community level. I would like to just make a point about community consultation. The consultation for this development has unfortunately not been carried out in a fair, open, or transparent manner. The last community meeting that was held on June 15th was organized not by Councillor Holiday, but by one neighborhood group, the Richmond Gardens Residents and Ratepayers Association. Unfortunately, it turned out to be a meeting that excluded people from attending, had no quorum, and allowed certain people to monopolize the conversation. The recording of that meeting still has not been made available, despite repeated attempts asking for it. To date, there is also virtually no information about this development on Councillor Holiday's website, except for one newsletter about the meeting that was held last week. I was originally involved in the pre-application for this site when Brooke Pooney was leading the consultation. It was open, it was clear, and it tried to be as broad as possible. Since then, the consultation has moved into clandestine circles where only certain people are.
Please wrap up your time. Please.
Okay, thank you. I think the last sentence I would just like to say is if there is further consultation, I would like Councillor Holiday to lead it and to do it in a way that is as open, transparent, and democratic as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Questions? See none? I think that is it, right, Nancy? No more deputants?
That is correct. We have no more speakers on this item.
Okay. Go to questions of staff. Questions of staff. No questions of staff. Speakers, Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to everyone present for listening through such an important item. Ms. Martins, I wondered if you could put up the motion.
I do not have a motion.
Uh-oh. Let's see if I can resend that for you. Mr. Chair, I'm going to resend the motion in.
Okay, in the interim, you may be free.
Yeah, we may. I can. If you can just stop my clock for a quick second, just while I can get the material in to Ms. Martins. I can probably walk the members through this to be expedient. It's just that it's technical in nature because I didn't quite write it. Okay. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to paraphrase.
Did you resend it?
I have, Mr. Chair. I have, okay. Mr. Chair. I'm going to just paraphrase it for everybody. The motion deletes recommendation 1 and 2 of the staff report from March 31st and replaces it with the following. The City Council amend the zoning code with the 4 following revisions. Revision A is that the permitted building heights of building A and B would be reduced by 6 meters and 2 stories. Part B would be there would be no regulation of the number of stories of building C, but the metric height will remain the same. Part C is that the height of the mechanical penthouse for all buildings will be limited to a maximum of 6 meters. And on buildings B and C, indoor amenity space may be included in the mechanical penthouse provided that the size of the indoor amenity space and the projection does not exceed that depicted in the plans filed with City Planning dated October 26, 2020. And then that motion is repeated almost the same with respect to bylaw 569, 2013. And that is, I received some assistance in drafting that, but the effect is clear. So, Mr. Chair, I would like to say thank you to a lot of people through this process. It has been a very long one. The first, of course, is Jennifer Renaud in City Planning and Louisa Galley, to Melita Varga at Create TO, to the Richmond Garden Residents Association, and all of those that have put many hours into this. And actually all residents that were involved, even though some of them didn't agree with everything that was going on everywhere. It still shows that they cared and they had something to say about this. And all of that went through the process. Members, last community council, I was in a very difficult position. There was a proposal that was brought forward that had not been accepted generally by the community. Although we've heard from a few people today, such as the Friends of Silver Creek, that have said that they were okay with it. They supported what the developer had submitted. And I understand that and appreciate that viewpoint. But with respect to most people that I heard, whether it was through the Residents Association or through organic communications with my office, emails, phone calls, people had a lot of concerns with it. So the developer, in earnest, came up with an alternate idea on how to change the building shape. And they submitted a letter to the community council that said, we can try something else. And so you allowed me to defer this, and you allowed some details to be developed on what that alternate could be. Those details were eventually provided to the planning department and to myself in order to change the bylaw and see what it would look like. The problem was some things continued to change in those details. More space got added. There ended up being a lot more units, and there was a community meeting held, but even going into the community meeting, it was pretty hard to find anybody that was really happy with the alternate proposal. So that community meeting was held, and I'm not sure much changed other than people saw it and they said, you know, we're not happy with this. So that puts me back to the original position of the October 2020 submission by the developer. Looking at the Richmond Garden Residents Association, I think they did some very credible work in putting together a position of the community. And that position really just talked about having mid-rise buildings. And they talked about a public road. And so my motion really takes the October submission by the developer, which they've said that they're happy with. Many members of the community spoke today that said they were happy with that. And it massages it a little bit. It takes a couple of floors down on the taller buildings and brings them down to 11 stories, which is a major component of what the Richmond Garden Residents and Ratepayers Association had asked for. And it allows an element of what the alternate proposal of the developer was in Building C. You'll notice I didn't change the unit count. I didn't change the floor space area. I changed the physical shape of the building. It's not precisely the same as to what was submitted in October, but I think it's substantially. It doesn't resolve everybody's concern, but I think it makes things better. I hope that members of Community Council will support this amendment. A lot of thought and care went into it. I tried to make sure that this development remains successful and capitalizes on a lot of the positive elements that are built into it, which include a park, which include a POPs, which include a community space, which actually responds to the October report that was brought before City Council about opportunities for community spaces in Etobicoke Centre that recommend that we build these into large developments. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I would say that, you know, I've tried to check every single box that I could and bring something forward that can be a success in some way for everybody. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, to be clear, you move the staff recommendations?
Yes. So there is the recommendations that I've brought forward that hopefully the clerk has. There is this. They are worked in conjunction with the staff's original submission to the previous community council meeting, based on their October submission. And the third, I think I have to move the recommendations of the supplemental report, which says that we simply receive that alternate bylaw and set it aside.
That's correct. That's correct. Okay, any further speakers to the item? Seeing none, Nancy, if you want to put the Councillor Halday's amendment on the screen, is that it there?
That is the amendment. You do not need to move the supplementary report.
Okay, all in favor of the amendment? Opposed? That carries. And items been all in favor, opposed, carried. Okay, moving right along. 25.2, 159 and 161 to 181 Murdoch Avenue and 6 Lloyd Avenue, zoning bylaw amendment application final report. We have two speakers. Our first speaker, Michael Vidoni. Michael Vidoni on the line.
To the chair and to Mike, the speaker is on the line and it's just need to connect their microphone. And I see they're connecting. Michael, your line is now unmuted.
Michael, you there? Michael, can you hear us? Michael?
Mr. Chair, we can connect with the speaker offline. The next speaker is ready.
Okay.
I can hear you. Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Daniel, can you hear us? Yes, we can, Daniel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of Community Council. My name is Daniel Artenosi, and I'm here as solicitor for Berkeley Carlisle Junction, Inc. Berkeley is the owner of the property subject to the application and the applicant. I'm going to be brief in an overview of my deputation notes to note the following. This site has a long history, including earlier proposals filed by a previous owner. The current planning for the site began in 2012, reflecting the area's gradual transition towards a mixed-use area. And the staff report does a very good job at reviewing the history. I'll note a few items in particular. Starting in 2012, the site was the subject of a private application for an official plan amendment. Following the filing of the application, Council adopted OPA 231, which introduced the possibility of a partial conversion of the lands. They had previously been designated employment areas. And OPA 231 proposed to redesignate the northern 2/3 to mixed-use areas and to reserve the southern 1/3 of the site for employment uses. OPA 231 also introduced a new site and area-specific policy, which is known as SAST 447. The long and short of it is that OPA 231 was appealed by the previous owner. There were some fairly rigid height restrictions amongst other matters that had been introduced prior to adoption, and the previous owner took issue with that, and as I said, it was appealed. I'm going to fast forward to several years later when the site was purchased by the current owner, and they assumed that appeal, but what they did was they filed the site-specific zoning bylaw amendment, which is what's before Community Council today, and I think it's fair to say, and I think this is really well addressed in the staff report, that the zoning application served as a catalyst to resolve the previous OPA 231 appeal, because it was through this process that the current owner and staff, and notably the councillor's office, could really get into the possibilities that were presented on this site through a new mixed-use development that proposed to introduce significant community benefits, which I'll get to later in my submissions. I'm going to fast forward then to something that is very recent, which is the settlement of the OPA 231 appeal again, which was made possible as a result of the site-specific application for rezoning. And this settlement of OPA 231 followed a successful collaboration with city staff and the local councillor's office. As a result, the settlement was presented to the tribunal and approved, and the site is now fully redesignated to mixed-use area. That is in force. There's a small area relative to the mixed-use area that has been identified for a new park, and that's dealt with at length in the staff report. And in addition, because of the studies and the iterative analysis that was made possible through the zoning application, we were able to introduce a modified SASP that relaxed some of the development restrictions that were previously identified without the benefit of rezoning application. So the proposed zoning application that's before Community Council directly implements what was very recently agreed to with the city and approved by the tribunal. I'm going to just state very, very high level that we have reviewed the staff report. Our client fully supports the staff recommendations. And I'll just note high level a few of the important points that are worth mentioning. The proposal will result in an exciting new mixed-use development that will contribute to the area's revitalization. It will significantly improve the pedestrian experience along St. Clair through introduction of active non-residential uses, and I would submit that this is something that is greatly needed in this area. The proposal will also support the achievement of a complete community through new housing, including affordable housing. The proposal will introduce a significant amount of new employment uses that are compatible with the residential character of the surrounding area, and it will also introduce a new park that will provide outdoor amenity for the surrounding area. And finally, I would note that the proposal will introduce a new community space that will provide services for area residents. We want to express our clients' gratitude and appreciation for the efforts of Councillor Nunziata and her staff throughout the years in providing important community direction that has helped form a development that will provide significant contributions to the community. And I would also like to recognize the efforts of city staff in working collaboratively with our client and its team in bringing this proposal forward for consideration by council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in support of this, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. We go back to our other deputy, Michael Vidoni. We got Michael sorted out?
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, hi, Michael. How are you? I've got you back.
Oh, good.
You have 5 minutes
I'm
to speak
glad I
to
got
us.
through. Okay, wonderful.
You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Community Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to provide a deputation today on this proposal for 6 Floyd Avenue. My name is Michael Vidoni, and I'm a resident and homeowner on Mulock Avenue, just south of the development site. In such matters, it's ultimately Council's role to weigh all of the aspects of a project to determine the best planning outcome for current and future residents and businesses. And it's in this spirit that I would ask the Council to consider certain concerns that have been overlooked by the developer's application and in the subsequent staff report that you have before you. I want to be clear, I'm supportive of developing this property, which I think we all can agree has for too long been a vacant eyesore and a magnet for illegal activity. And while it holds some promise, as the previous speaker mentioned, notably in the provision of affordable housing in a public park, I have concerns with the density of the project, which is not appropriate for the constrained local road network. The additional traffic generated will negatively impact current and future residents' quality of life. In short, this is a Main Street development being proposed for a side street context. Any brief visit to the site will quickly demonstrate that traffic circulation on the block is significantly constrained by the railway tracks to the east, St. Clair to the north, where Mulock Avenue dead ends, and the non-signalized and busy Keele Street and Lloyd Avenue intersection to the west. As well, the local streets are regularly used by drivers to bypass the bottleneck at St. Clair and Old Weston Road, including many heavy trucks. Much additional traffic generated by the development will be funneled onto Mulock Avenue, which is classified as a local street and which already contends with significant traffic challenges. The transportation study prepared for the development is narrowly focused on road capacity, and it concludes that the local road network has enough physical capacity to handle the greatly increased traffic. At the same time, it completely ignores the impact this would have on the quality of life for nearby residents. It estimates 278 additional vehicles will be added to the roads in each of the morning, evening peak hours. 278 additional vehicles. I'd like to ask the councillors whether they would feel safe living on a residential street, sending their kids to school with 278 additional vehicles twice a day. However, the proposal optimistically assumes that residents will use alternate forms of transportation. This is based on the assumption that the Smart Track station at St. Clair and Old Weston will be used to replace a significant number of car trips. Be that as it may, until the station has a clear timeline, I would urge caution in approving any project that relies on the station's completion for determining appropriate density on the site. Moreover, there are already several other area projects underway that will help to achieve major transit station area density targets, regardless of the 6 Floyd proposal. As a year-round cyclist, I can attest that cycling in the immediate vicinity is dangerous and poorly connected. The recently completed Transportation Master Plan does not recommend additional cycling infrastructure along St. Clair, unfortunately. And I mention that here because the study assumes that a large number of cycle trips will replace car trips, but until there are additional cycling facilities in the area, that appears to be more an exercise in wishful thinking than in reality-based projection. The city's official plan states where this kind of development is proposed adjacent to neighborhoods, the development will attenuate resulting traffic and parking impacts on adjacent streets. However, despite the impact that this development will have on the surrounding neighborhood, it's disappointing to learn that there is no proposed attenuation of traffic and parking issues. Consideration should be given at a minimum to streetscape improvements such as raised intersections, speed humps, and better cycling infrastructure. Rather, it seems that this OP policy is being minimized in the rush to develop a long dormant site. And the site needs density, to be sure. However, density for its own sake, without taking into account the neighborhood context, does not represent good planning. For contrast, the underway Reunion Crossing project, Old Weston Road in St. Clair, has a similarly sized site to 6 Floyd, but will comprise less than half of the units being proposed today. Reunion Crossing is also a more appropriate scale for the neighborhood at 11 stories and with a townhouse component, and it fronts on 2 major streets, giving it better and safer access to the local road network. This project demonstrates that profitable developments may be realized in a more modest and appropriate scale while also achieving good planning outcomes. So to wrap up, this development, while I think we can agree shows some promise, does not adequately address its impact on the immediate neighborhood. and I urge Community Council to recommend a reduction in scale to better respond to the local context and the mitigation of traffic and parking issues before the project is approved. Thank you for hearing my deputation, and I'll take any questions you may have.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none? Seeing no further speakers, are there questions of staff? No questions of staff. Councillor Nunziata to speak.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to say that this development has been years in the making. We started this process many years ago with a vacant site that's been vacant, where we've had a lot of vandalism, drug dealings, and it's been an eyesore for that area. In this area in particular, Councillor Bylov and I are going through a planning study in her ward and my ward at the St. Clair West and St. Clair Keel area, which is very promising, where we're looking at intensification and revitalization of the whole area. We have a lot of vacant land, and the city is looking at improving that area and revitalizing that area along Keel and along Weston Road. There is a smart track and a GO station being proposed at St. Clair and Weston Road, which is on its way, which has been funded. And as well, transportation has a transportation plan where we will be adding additional roads along St. Clair Avenue and as well as Davenport. I've had a number of meetings with the residents in the past few years about this application. Residents are very supportive of this application. I'm very pleased that the applicant has been working with the planning and other staff to deliver jobs and much needed affordable housing units in the area. The developer will also be providing community space in a new public park. Artscape has an interest, will be a partner in this site as well. The development will be transformed for the Keel and St. Clair area and will bring vibrancy to the local community. As you know, in that area there, I'm dealing with a lot of challenges. We have the slaughterhouses in the area, a lot of vacant land as well as employment land. So I'm very pleased that we've been able to come to this point after it's been over 10 years at least when the original application came forward on this site. And so I will be moving the recommendation, and hopefully we can move this along. And I want to thank especially staff. Staff has been working with the applicant and with my office. Thank you to that, and thank you to the applicant.
Thank you, Councillor Nunziata. Any further speakers? Seeing none, Councillor Nunziata is moving the staff recommendations. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, moving right along. 25.4, 3199 Lakeshore Boulevard West zoning bylaw amendment application. Final report. We have 3 speakers. Emma West is our first speaker. Emma West.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Emma. Yes, welcome, and you have 5 minutes to speak to us this morning. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I think you missed number 3.
Do we have speakers on number 3?
Well, it was held down for deputations, so
Oh, I'm sorry.
if there's no deputations, I'll just move the staff recommendation.
Just 1 second. I have to ask Nancy, is there speakers on 3?
No, that item is just being held for timing, but it can be moved now.
Okay, Councillor Nunziata, you want to move that?
Yes, I'll move the staff recommendation. Thank you.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Sorry, thank you, Francis. Okay, back to number 4. Emma, are you there?
Yes, I am.
I apologize for interrupting the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes to speak to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you this morning. I am Emma West, a partner at Bouse Fields. We are the planning consultants for Humber College on this zoning bylaw amendment application to permit the redevelopment of a part of Humber's Lakeshore campus. And I just want to start by saying we really appreciate all of the work that city staff has done to get this application before you today. In particular, Olivia Antonell and Angela Stay for their efforts on this project. It's been a pleasure to work with the planning team on this application. As a proposal for a cultural hub, this project is an important project for the college and for the community more broadly, because some of the spaces that are proposed would also be available for the community to use. From a planning perspective, this is an important project to provide new student housing, to upgrade the academic spaces that are somewhat antiquated, and those performance spaces. For those who don't know, this campus for Humber College is a really important center for performance and has a leading edge recording studio. The proposal is consistent with the provincial policy statement and the growth plan and the city's official plan, and has been reviewed by staff, including engineering and transportation, who've looked at how the site will be used and accessed, and all of that has been supported. We support staff's recommendations in the final report and recommend approval for the application, and we're available to answer questions. I'll just note one more quick point that as Humber goes through the construction process, there will be a construction management plan, and representatives from Diamond Schmidt, the architecture firm, and Humber College are also ready to speak in more detail if there are any questions with respect to construction and traffic management throughout the construction process. So I will leave it at that. And as I said, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you today, and to staff in particular for the work that they did to get the application before you. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? I just have one quick one, Em. I think you touched on the construction management plan. I know there's some concerns on 23rd Street with the residential component on the other side of the street, but you'll take that into account, the neighbors' concerns during the construction management plan on 23rd?
That is correct, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you. Okay, our next deputant, Dale McDowell.
To the chair, that speaker is not present in the meeting.
Okay. Our next speaker, Scott Valens from Humber College. Scott, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Scott, how are you? Good morning and welcome. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to thank everyone for bringing this forward, and to all the staff and counselor's office and support for this file. In answering some of the community questions, Humber has a bi-monthly presentation as a webcast that we put out to the community at large, providing design updates on what is going on the design of the project, the site activity that's currently happening on site and will happen over the next 4 years on site, answering questions or concern from the community at large. And the counselor's office also attends that bi-monthly session as well. Ellis Don is our contracting partner, and Diamond Schmidt is our architect on this project. And there is a construction management plan in place. And if there are any concerns or questions, they can address me at my email address at scott.valens@humber.ca. Thank you.
Questions? Seeing none, Scott, I just got a quick one for you, just for the benefit of my colleagues. What is Humber College doing with regards to the parking? We always hear, the students are trying to save money and try to park wherever they can, the cheapest way, which I don't blame them. But with that being said, they kind of infiltrate into the community. But what is Humber College is planned for additional parking?
We've actually just are completing a parking lot up on Birmingham Street at 170 Birmingham. That's going to provide 347 new car spaces for the Lakeshore campus. And that will more than offset what this development will take out on this site. So we'll actually have a net additional parking for the Lakeshore campus than what we currently have on site currently. And that's illustrated in the plan.
Great. Thanks, Scott. Those are my questions. Thank you. Seeing no further speakers, questions of staff? Seeing none, bring it to the speakers and I will speak. So I'll be moving the staff recommendations, and I want to say this is another exciting project by Humber College. We had the Welcome Center built a few years ago right on the corner of Kipping and Lakeshore, where the city has its own cultural hub, the Assembly Hall. And I think a lot of my colleagues have been to that cultural hall. So this is right very close to it. Humber College is a great community partner with regards to the arts, that they are partnering in our community with Lakeshore Arts and with other arts groups, and with their police foundations, with the police college, to name a few. But they're a really good partner. They really kind of intertwine into the community. But this is very exciting. Another cultural hub will further complement what's happening down there. And you're starting to see more and more of the Humber College music students playing with in the local establishments. But this is a really, really awesome project. I've always said you can grow up in Etobicoke Lakeshore, you can go to kindergarten all the way through to your post-secondary education. And we're glad to have Humber College. It's a flagship campus down there. And with the additional 350 spots that they're going to be building, which is under construction right now, it's really going to help out alleviate some of the parking problems that we're having. But we're really happy to have Humber College expanding in our community, and wish them nothing but success. So with that, I'm going to ask you to support the recommendations before us. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Okay, 25.6, 18 to 26 Earlton Avenue, 4161, 4169 Dundas Street West, official plan amendment and zoning application. Request for direction report. We have a speaker. Julia Sinek? Julia, are you there?
I am. Thank you, Councillor Grimes.
I'm sorry about your last name. I probably didn't do that right. But anyway, welcome.
No worries.
Good morning, and welcome. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for your time and allowing me to speak on behalf of our Kingsway Brownstone Lane residents who are directly affected by this monstrous proposal. The Brownstone Lane Task Group is a group of residents formed by our neighbors to represent the 36 townhomes that share the west property line of this proposed site. And we've been in close contact with Kingsway Park ratepayers and recently the Kingsway Residents Against Poor Planning. And with their support, we are launching and distributing a petition to over 1,500 local residents this week. We are vehemently opposed to this Dunbar proposal as it breaks numerous bylaws and city planning guidelines. The proposal is not just a minor variance, it goes way beyond the limits of responsible and sustainable growth. The height alone is 280% of bylaws. They're going to destroy 31 out of 33 trees on the lot, a 10-story wall and garbage loading area built right against our property and our homes. It will block out 4 hours a day of our morning sunlight, with the shadows not lifting from our homes until 11:20 a.m. in the morning. The stretch of Dundas is turning into a concrete jungle, and this is an example of developer greed at its finest. With the inclusion of 16 Earlington, along with 18 and 20 Earlington residential lots, this goes deeper into neighborhood lands than any other condos along Dundas Street. It would set a dangerous precedent for future developments. The building would tower over not only our townhomes, but also the residential detached houses to the south, the Lambton Kingsway School a block away, as well as the 6-story 25 Earlington condos that are right across the street and are the precedent for this site, not 10 stories, 6 stories. I would ask you to please refer to my submission at the bottom of this agenda item and take a look at the photos. Just imagine a wall built this close to your residential home. This is not a case of mixed-use area, a building beside a building. We are low-rise residential townhomes, and the 10-story wall would block our only rear windows, representing 50% of the light source to the main living areas of our homes with no setback. The former Etobicoke bylaws, 2006 Dundas Avenue study, and the 2013 zoning bylaw clearly show us as residential townhomes in yellow, an exception to the bylaws along Dundas Street, and the protections for setback, angular planes, and transitions should be applied here. The unnecessary destruction of 31 trees on the lot, 22 bylaw protected, is appalling and contravenes City Council's commitment to increase tree canopy to 40% coverage. And to provide some additional context, Dunbar was the builder of our townhomes over 22 years ago. And during the 1998-99 selling process, they promised all original owners that more townhomes would be going up on the lot behind us and that the trees being planted would be maintained. And you can clearly see from the photo, 1 tree was planted per unit against our fences to fulfill that promise. which 22 years later are a huge, beautiful tree canopy and privacy shield for us. These trees are not in the middle of the lot. They run all along the west and south property line with the surrounding residential properties around this site. And take a look, please, at my second page of my submission, showing the detailed site map as well as the bylaws and planning guidelines that this proposal violates. As you move from north to south along the property line, Dunbar proposes to replace these trees with a 10-story wall, balconies, a garbage loading area, which is frankly disgusting, and an underground exhaust stand right beside our tiny rear yards and homes. You can clearly see this is an aggressive attack on our environment, privacy, and quality of life. We are extremely disappointed with the LPAT process and how it cuts out the voice of the local residents, as we can only participate via written submission. The fact that developers are allowed to play this dirty game of submitting something wildly inappropriate in hopes that they get approval beyond the bylaw maximums is despicable. There has to be a limit here. 15 years ago, the city invested taxpayer money to develop the 2006 Dundas Avenue study for a reason. It clearly states a maximum of 5 stories and 14 meters along this stretch of Dundas. So why isn't it being enforced? This case should be a clear-cut, upfront rejection until Dunbar submits something reasonable and more appropriate for the unique site and surrounding community. We have yet to receive the revised site plan from Dunbar, which they said they would provide to us in time for this meeting to include 16 Arlington Avenue that they just purchased. I'm asking you to please support us, Councillor Mark Grimes, and City Planning in fighting this proposal at the LPAT. Please don't let Dunbar destroy our homes and our neighborhoods. Thank you for listening to my concerns.
Thank you, Julia. Any questions of the deputy? With no further speakers, we'll go to committee. Questions of staff? Seeing none, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. Like Julia, our deputy, said it best, and I'm going to be moving the staff recommendations and be asking for a recorded vote to refuse. Can I give it to you for the recorded vote, please?
All those in favor of adopting the report before you, when I call out your name, please indicate how you are voting. Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Perruzza, how are you voting?
In favor.
Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I am voting in favor.
Councillor Grimes.
In favor.
Councillor Ford.
In favor.
Councillor Nunziata.
In favor.
That item carries unanimously.
Thank you, Nancy. Okay, moving right along. 25-7, 31 to 3200 Bloor Street West, and 4 to 68 Montgomery Road, official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and site plan control application. Request for direction report. We have some speakers. Our first speaker is Don Sexton. Mr. Sexton, are you there?
To the chair, Don Sexton is not in the meeting.
Okay. Our next deputant, Ingrid Van Wert.
To the chair
Ingrid,
and to
you there?
Ingrid. Ingrid, you will need to connect your microphone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Hi, Ingrid. Good morning. Welcome. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I am speaking as a representative of Thompson Orchard Community Association. I am a member of the board. Thompson Orchard is a community of 330 homes immediately southeast of the proposed Tridel condominium build. I am a resident of Thompson Orchard. Thompson Orchard will be directly affected by the proposed building. And Thompson Orchard Community Association was granted party status at the recent case management conference held in this matter. Just by way of background, Tridel is looking to build a 13-story, 49-meter-high condominium on the northwest corner of Bloor on Montgomery. It is currently zoned for 9.5 meters in one portion of the property, So they're looking to increase that by 5 times what's permitted and 15 meters for another portion of the property. So it's a very, very large building, and it will have 319 units, which is almost as many as we have homes in our community, and there is significant resident opposition to the size of the building. So I am speaking today simply to ask you to do what the city planning has asked you to do, which is recommend that this application by Tridel be opposed by the city solicitor at the Ontario Land Tribunal. There is a hearing scheduled for next May, but the city solicitor needs direction to oppose, and city planning has recommended opposition for a number of reasons. And we agree with most of city planning's recommendations, not all of them, which is why we got party status separate from the city. But we believe the proposed building is far too high. We believe that the building has a large continuous mass along Bloor Street without sufficient articulation. The building includes ripping down 3 residential houses that are currently 2 stories and having 13 stories in their place, which is alarming for the neighborhood. And there are numerous other issues which I won't take your time with, but they include traffic impact, a driveway which exits, the driveway of the proposed building exits into the community, not onto Bloor Street, which will create tremendous not only traffic issues, but there are 2 schools close by, so there are safety concerns, there are wind concerns. This is a very new proposal. Tridel has just recently purchased the property, and significant revisions need to be made before this is acceptable. And until those revisions are made, it has to be opposed, and that's what I am requesting that you do on behalf of, or you direct the city solicitors to do on behalf of Thompson Orchard Community Association. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions of the applicant? Seeing none. Next speaker, Phyllis Sturin.
Thank you. Good morning. Good afternoon. My name, of course, is Phyllis Starin. I'm speaking to you today on behalf of the board of the Sunny Lee Kingsway Community Association, SKCA. SKCA provides a consolidated voice for residents regarding development on Bloor Street between the Humber River and the Etobicoke Creek. Now, in recent years, a number of properties on Bloor and the Kingsway have been sold to developers. The urban design guidelines, the avenue studies are important and fundamental planning tools to designate unique pockets in the city that need protection and preservation, and they help to ensure a level of certainty and stability in the face of proposals for future developments. This proposed development is on the northwest corner of the Kingsway pocket of Bloor, a unique pocket in the city with historical significance. Like Ingrid, we support the planning staff direction report, and we wish to cite 3 of the main concerns why this application could be denied. There are a number, but these are the main concerns, and we appreciate the opportunity to share these views, and I'm sure some of these concerns may be expressed by others today, but they're significant and they bear repeating. We also are concerned about the height of the proposed development. We'd like to stress that the proposed height greatly exceeds the existing neighborhood context. And our second concern is regarding the massing of the proposed development and the impact this will have on the development, how it fits within the neighborhood. It's a big development site on a corner lot, and it has the potential to overwhelm its context. Now, finally, and we're very concerned about the negative impact the proposed development offers to the public realm issues of public safety and amenity. For the residents who live on or near, Montgomery Road is a busy route for students of all ages, and there's 2 schools located on the street, and as pedestrians or in cars or school buses. It's also well traveled by locals who wish to walk on to Montgomery Pool, the Brentwood Library, and the Kingsway Baptist Church. We do have grave concerns about the proposed driveway on Montgomery, and we realize the city doesn't normally put exits, driveways onto Bloor Street, but this is worthy of being an exception because of all the businesses, all the children that walk in this area. And of course, things aren't normal now because of COVID, but a proper traffic study should be done on Montgomery Road. And we're also concerned about the concept of rezoning residential areas to expand the development area. But we strongly disagree with the city planning site description, and this is a quote from the city. This particular section of the Bloor Street West is an extension of the Bloor Kingsway Main Street area, and it has a strong relationship with the Bloor Kingsway area, and it's geographically separated by the Mimico Creek from the Bloor Islington area. We envision that this development, in combination with the existing 6-story building that's across the street, Thompson Road and Bloor, would act as the western gateway to the Kingsway. And particular attention should be given to how this development relates to it. So we do support the city, and we hope that you councilors do as well. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Questions?
You're welcome.
Okay, seeing none, thank you very much, Phyllis. Our next speaker
You're
is
welcome.
Adrian Bolfin.
Yes. Hi, how are you?
Good afternoon, Adrian. Welcome, sir. You have 5 minutes, my friend.
Yes, I'm a concerned private resident. I am not against development, but I am against rezoning, bylaw amendments, and site plan as proposed by the developer on height and density of this project. Neighbors would like to see a height restriction of 6 stories as identified in the Toronto Avenue study. A similar condominium at 3085 Bloor Street West, across from the proposed development, is 6 stories. This does not include mechanical story. And has a vehicle entrance and exit on Bloor Street. The properties on 4, 6, and 8 Montgomery Road are designated neighborhoods on the city official plan and zoned as residential detached. These properties should remain 2-story residential homes. The other point is the proposed vehicle entrance and exit from Montgomery Road will increase traffic and congestion, which is of concern regarding safety of students and residents that use the one sidewalk, just one sidewalk on the west side of Montgomery for pedestrian traffic. And the proposed planned development vehicle entrance and exit should be located on Bloor. The existing site of 3100 and 3200 Bloor Street West has 3 existing vehicle exits, and this should enforce this argument that this should not change. The other point I have is the right of light. This proposed development of 13-story condominium will impact on the absence of sunlight during the morning for 4 months of the year in the winter, which it will impact the neighbors to the north of the proposed development, especially myself. The Toronto Regional Conservation Authority map has classified 3200 Bloor Street West site to be floodplain. During the summer of 2014, the Etobicoke Creek overflowed its banks, flooding the building at 3200 Bloor Street West, basement, and the car showroom and garage floor with 1 foot of water. How will this not happen again due to more severe storms in the future, which could flood the proposed 3-level underground parking garage with 400 plus parked cars? I'd like to state in this project plan Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Questions of the deputy? Seeing none, thank you. No further speakers. Questions of staff? Seeing none, I will speak as this is in my ward. There's another development on the heels of the last one we just had. Tridel coming with a very, very aggressive plan on Bloor Street. And you heard from the Thompson Orchard Community Association and Sunnylink Kingsway. Both those residents very active in the development happening and around them, and very keen on what's happening. So I'll be supporting both my resident association and the residents to oppose this and send staff off to fight our position. Again, very aggressive from Tridel's point of view, and we will take that to the board and fight that to represent our community. So with that, I ask for your support on the recommendation before us. So any further speakers? Seeing none, all in favor? You know what, Nancy, I'm going to ask recorded vote on this one too, please. Recorded vote.
Recorded vote on the item before you. Please indicate how you're voting when I call your name. Councillor Perruzza.
In favor.
Councillor Holliday.
In favor.
Councillor Grimes.
In favor.
Councillor Ford.
In favor.
Councillor Nunziata.
In favor.
That item carries unanimously, and we will go to item 5 now.
Item 5. Okay.
There is one speaker for item 5. We will try to connect them.
So we got 25.5417 419 Bermanthorpe Road zoning bylaw amendment application. I'm sorry, Nancy, I don't have the speaker here in front of me. Have you got the name?
To the chair, the speaker would be Irina Veljkovic.
You over on the line?
Irina, you will need to connect your mic.
Do we have her? No?
Mr. Chair, we can't get that speaker on. We don't see her on anymore.
Okay. So we'll go to questions of staff. Councillor Holiday, no? Speakers, Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in case the resident that wasn't able to speak watches the tape later on, I'm not really sure what the resident's interest was, but if there's any questions that I may answer or my office may answer or get the resident in touch with staff, I'm happy to do that. Other than that, Mr. Chair, I will move the staff recommendations of the report.
Okay. Councillor Holly's moved the staff recommendations. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, moving right along. 25.8, 158th Street, Class 4 noise classification. Some questions on this. Just find them. Bear with me, guys.
Mr. Chair, there is a speaker for item 8, Adam Layton.
Oh, there is a speaker for him. Okay. We got him on the line.
Yes, good morning or afternoon.
Okay, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
I will be very brief. I act on behalf of the owner of the property. We've reviewed the report. We have no comments or concerns with the recommendations. I'm just here to answer any questions that council may have.
Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you very much. No further speakers. Questions of staff? I do have questions. I just can't find them. Sorry, guys. Bear with me. Okay, questions of staff? We've got planning staff?
Yes.
What type of noise barriers will the developer be installing to protect the new residents from noise?
So the applicant is including in their study that they submitted was air conditionings for each unit, as well as facade mitigation in terms of the design of the facade, which would be dealt with through site plan review process.
Okay, and how will the new residents be notified about the existing noise? How do we notify them about the existing noise now?
Right, through you, Mr. Chair. Are you speaking to future residents for this building?
Yes, future residents, yeah. Well, how will they be notified before purchasing you? How will they be notified?
There would be a warning clause in the purchase and sale agreements that we would require.
Okay, so that'll be in there. Okay.
Yes.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
Great, thanks.
Any further questions of staff? See none, just quickly to speak, I'll just be moving the staff recommendations. Want to make sure that any purchasers to this property will be notified of the noise, and we'll mitigate that through some measures working with planning. So with that, I'll be moving the staff recommendation. All in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Item 10, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I'm just going back and forth from screen to screen. Thanks, Nancy. Okay, estate lots in Etobicoke neighborhoods. There are no speakers, correct?
Correct. It was held by Councillor Holliday.
Yeah, Councillor Holliday, you held the item?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have any questions. I do have a very brief motion. Hopefully, Nancy, you received. I amended it to be only a single element. Wonderful. Thank you. Present the motion. It just simply asks that the planning department come back to the Etobicoke York Community Council in 2 years after following and monitoring continued development on estate lots, which is kind of in the spirit of option number 2 in the report. That just basically says the trends will be monitored, and if there is some additional intervention required, that the staff will be able to report it at that time. And I will only just make the brief comment to thank the staff for a very excellent report. The division of very large lots within the Etobicoke York District, and frankly, as far as I'm concerned, across the city, is a matter of concern. I realize that there are pressures to develop, but there are very specific neighborhoods in this city. And if you look at the zoning code and you look at the map, there was a very deliberate intent when the original planners of these communities set the size of the lots. And I call them estate lots. It's just sort of a term to describe something that is larger than a surveyor's chain, which is larger than a typical lot that you would find in the city, whether it's 40, 50, or 60 feet. And they're often integrated into clusters. And, you know, the lot pattern, the size of the lots create a specific feel for the neighborhood. And I think that City Council needs to be alive to this concept of maintaining these lots and the characters of the neighborhood. Staff did an excellent analysis and provided some points in the report that explain how the current policies that we have protect those lots. But I think it's worth continuing to look at them over the next little while. And I note, and you'll note, members, that there's a very nice summary of some of the things that have gone through the Committee of Adjustment and the TLAB that talks about what was approved and what wasn't. And I think that that work should continue. So, you know, again, very, very thankful for the degree of effort and detail put into this report. It's a lengthy report, and it speaks to the care and preparation following the motion that I put before Community Council. I hope everybody reads it. I just think it's a very helpful document to understand the planning that is wrapped around the estate lots and the lots in general that we have in our community. So thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. No further speakers. We put Councillor Holiday's motion on the screen. Everybody see that? Fine with it? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, 2511. Request for fence exemption to Toronto. Oh, so just before we carry on here, it's closing in on 12:30. What's the will of council? We would break for lunch.
It pushed through, Mr. Chair. I move that motion.
All good? Input, thumbs up? Yes? All right. Motion to complete the agenda. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, so request for fence exemption, Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 4471, Rhinestone Drive. Do we have any speakers on Rhinestone Drive? No speakers? Councillor Holiday, questions of staff?
Councillor Grimes, we do have speakers on item 11.
Okay.
We're trying to unmute them now.
Oh, there we are. Alexander?
It's his spouse, Tammy. Today.
Oh, it's Tammy. Are you there, Tammy?
I am here.
Can you guys hear Tammy? She's very, you can hardly hear her. Can you hear okay? Okay, go ahead, Tammy, you have 5 minutes.
Perfect. So we have tried to put a pool in the backyard of our home. We have applied for a fence exemption because we are a side level side split. We don't have direct access to line of sight of our home. So since this build, we have purchased 2 cameras that will go to our smartphones so that we'll have line of sight. We've also put in a pool alarm that will sound through our entire home if anything over 18 should fall within the pool itself. We've built 208 feet of wooden fence, and you'll see on the plans that there was an existing chain link fence, and we have removed that and replaced it with a all around the perimeter of our property. We've also went and purchased 2 big locks from Home Depot that have key locks in them for both gates on either side of our home so that we can ensure that it does get into that yard. And I just feel that we've done everything that we possibly can. We've used our hydro to make sure that the hydro wires are nowhere near the structure itself so that everyone's safe as well. The thing left is the line of sight, and through recommendations through DEEP, which is the fencing bylaw management, went out and we purchased the cameras, and we also extended to the pool alarm. So we're hoping that you'll be able to pass the with the extra expenditures that we've despite the site.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Holiday, a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Tammy, for your patience through a very long agenda. And for your respective council to come and speak in support of your application. As you indicated, you are prepared to install some additional things like cameras and pool alarms to just as an extra overlay for security. And I think you have children, so you know you want this pool to be safe. You're comfortable in purchasing those. I think you said you have, and that you're going to maintain them as part of the pool enclosure.
Absolutely. We have them here now, and we have our electrician who's scheduled to come and install the actual cameras. And as soon as the pool is installed, the alarm will be set into the pool to make sure it.
Okay, and I know we spoke before the community council meeting, and I think you were going to make some modifications that would be perfectly legal to the enclosure with respect to an extra chain link fence near the garage. And in doing so, you would expose the garage window. And I just want to get your confirmation, because I'm going to put it in the motion, that you're okay to seal that garage window so that it doesn't open. And that makes the wall of your home will have absolutely no openings in it, so that this is a completely sealed off area, and otherwise meets all of the components of the pool fence enclosure bylaw.
That is correct. That window has already been screwed down and closed since we spoke to you the first time. And the actual fencing that is there now, there's a walkway that goes across that window to the corner back of our home. We'll be putting a wood fence all the way up across there and closing it off to the corner of the house so that that window is no longer part of the backyard itself.
Great. Again, thank you for your patience. Mr. Chair, I have no further questions unless any of my colleagues do, but I thank the resident for hanging on the call. It's been a rather long meeting. And as we know, pool enclosures are sensitive items.
Yeah. Any further questions of the deputy? Seeing none. No further speaker questions of staff. Councillor Holyday?
No questions of staff, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I have a motion.
Go ahead, Councillor Holyday. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may ask the clerk to present the motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are three parts to the motion. The first, of course, is to grant the application for fence exemption permit with the condition that there's additional equipment be installed, such as, I included mirrors because that's always an option, such as mirrors, monitoring cameras, and pool alarm, or a combination thereof. And we know that the applicant has already arranged that equipment, as long as it's to the satisfaction of the Director of Municipal Licensing and Standards. And that it be installed so that the pool enclosure can be maintained and properly viewed from the main area of the living home. And of course, the standard maintaining that particular enclosure without alteration. And then last, specific to this site, is with respect to the garage window, that it be sealed as the applicant has already indicated. I hope this is clear to members and shows that the pool enclosure can be maintained on this property. And I ask for your support. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion's on the screen. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, moving right along. 2515, request for fence exemption on Municipal Code, Chapter 4474, Botley Road. We have a speaker, Phil Cooley. Mr. Cooley.
Hi, good afternoon. Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, good afternoon, sir. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I don't think it'll take 5, but just wanted to just give you guys an idea of why we want to enclose we're a side house, so we have kind of the backyard one side and the front yard the other side on a corner lot. We have a nice area out the front that we're really unable to use without a fence. We'd like to put a fence up to the 6-foot mark, or 2-meter mark, just so we have extra area for the kids to run around in, and just privacy and a bit more security, essentially. Nothing more detailed than that, really. Just simply fencing off a portion of our other yard so we have extra space outside.
Thank you. Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, sir, for speaking to us today. Would it be fair to say that you have received acceptance from your neighbors and that you've talked to them because you are stepping a little bit outside of the bylaw, but that's what you're before us today. But it's not a contentious matter with respect to your neighbors.
That's my understanding. I've spoken to pretty much everyone in the area when they got the letters. The neighbour directly beside us that it would affect the most. We had a long discussion. He seemed very happy. He actually offered to help me build it, so I'm assuming he's in agreement with it.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have no further questions other than to thank the deputant for hanging in there today with a very long meeting.
Okay. Any further questions? Seeing none. Speakers. Councillor Holyday.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be moving to grant the fence exemption. And I will say thank you to staff and the applicant for taking time to work with me on this to smooth it all out and make sure that it works for everybody. Thank you.
Okay, the motion's on the screen. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Going back, guys, sorry, I missed number 12. Request for fencing of Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447, 29 Fairhaven Drive. We have speakers on 12?
No speakers. It was just timed for 11 a.m.
Okay, and that's Councillor Ford. Questions of staff? Councillor Ford?
Just have a motion, Mr. Chair, at the appropriate time.
Okay. Councillor Ford, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Very similar situation here to a previous one Councillor Hawley just dealt with. I'll place the motion that the clerk should have. Reads exactly the same way. Because there is an obstruction of sight between, I guess, the home, because the garage, the applicant's worked with my office and is okay installing some monitors or mirrors or cameras to make sure that the pool is safe for everyone. And so I'll place this motion and approve the fence exemption.
Thank you, Councillor Ford. The motion's on the screen. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, now we're going on to number 13. Request for fence exempted Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447, 35 Crane Avenue. Councillor Holliday, questions of staff?
Mr. Chair, there is one speaker on that item.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Nancy. I haven't got the speaker in front of me. Could you read out the speaker?
Vladistar Elkis.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the council. My name is
Good afternoon.
Vladistar.
Welcome. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me, sir? Hello?
We can hear you. We can hear you. Yep. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the council. My name is Vladislav Elkis. I'm agent on behalf of the applicants, who are my parents, Victor and Ludmila Elkis. As the council considers this request, I would just like to underscore some of the basic facts, which I believe should already be contained in the report from Municipal Licensing and Standards Supervisor, Mr. Gurminder Porba. So the fence in question is a 6 foot tall PVC vinyl fence, which serves as a pool enclosure. And we very respectfully submit to the council that this fence is an excellent safety enclosure and barrier for this pool and is favorably comparable to any other material that is currently prescribed in the bylaw, and in many ways is indeed superior for at least the following reasons. One being that it is more durable than wood. It's warranted for 25 years. It is not transparent, unlike chain link or iron, so it further secures the pool from unauthorized entry by virtue of concealment, in addition to being a physical barrier. It is not climbable because it is smooth and featureless, unlike chain link or iron. For this reason, the main reason why this matter is in front of the council today is that PVC vinyl is not among the materials listed in the bylaw because it is a newer material, but then by virtue of being newer, it is in many ways better than the existing materials. So the soundness of this fence is beyond question. It stands on steel pipes encapsulated in 2 feet of concrete retaining wall. And it has been in that place for already 2 years and has proven to be sound. It has not deviated by even 1 degree in either direction. And I would even add that PVC fences in general have been evaluated and approved by civil engineering authorities of Miami-Dade County in the state of Florida for being resistant to hurricane strength winds. And of course, we have in place in the backyard where the pool is all the other prescribed security features, including self-locking gates, window limiting devices, which we are willing to upgrade in favor of permanent window seals that will render the windows inoperable. And there is a security camera pointed at the pool as well. These facts, like I said, already should be mentioned in the Municipal Licensing and Standards Supervisor's report, which I think was favorable to our case. And lastly, I would add that our neighbors on the other side of that fence at 37 Crane Avenue fully support this fence as it exists. And so unless the council has any questions, we ask that the council approve this fence exemption application. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions? Stephen Hawley, question?
Thank you for coming to speak to the council today. It's your explanation is very helpful. If I have it right, you're in the process of creating a pool, but this fence is existing. Have I got that right?
Actually, both the pool and the fence already exist.
Okay. All right. And that fence is the pictures of it is down one side of your property. It's between you and your neighbor. And it is as you've described. It's a vinyl fence, but it is otherwise meeting all of the other requirements of non-climbability for the enclosure.
Correct.
Okay, I guess the last question, and it was something I was a bit surprised to see in my communications here, is that there is a note from someone that actually lives a couple of doors away, asking to refuse the exemption, and I just wondered if you were aware that something was going on.
I did not know about this note until you just told me. I'm surprised. I know that there is not a perfect state of, I guess, concord among all of the neighbors in this neighborhood. There have been some disagreements for various reasons. I mean, this stuff goes back years, and I'm not even really sure what the objection would have been, because, I mean, if it's a few doors down, then they don't even have any business about this fence. So this could be just kind of spiteful behavior.
Understood. Thank you for speaking to the council today.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Seeing no further speakers, questions of staff? Seeing none, Councillor Hawley.
Chair Grimes, if I may just ask MLS staff to Municipal Licensing and Standard if they could just comment on the fence.
Okay.
If they're available.
They should be.
Hi, Councillor. It's Gurminder from MLS.
Hi, Mr. Purba. You were able to go and inspect this fence, the vinyl fence?
Yes, I was on site.
Were you satisfied with it that it, although it's not the prescribed wood materials, that it otherwise meets the intent of the bylaw, it's sturdy, non-climbable?
That's exactly how I would describe it. It met all the other requirements. It's just the type of fence, the material is not what's described in the bylaw, and that's the reason for the exemption.
Okay, no safety concerns on this?
Not while I was on site, no.
Okay. Thank you very much. Oh, and I'm sorry, one final thing. The only exemption that's being sought is that particular fence, the material of its construction.
Exactly. It's just for the material of that one side, yep.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for speaking to us.
No problem.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions of staff, Councillor Holiday, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to move to grant the exemption.
Okay. Councillor Holiday's moving the exemption. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 2514, request for fence exemption, Toronto Municipal Code 44736 Leamington Avenue. I understand there is no speakers. Correct, Nancy? No speakers on this one?
No speakers on item 14.
I will move the staff recommendations. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Moving on to
Councillor Grimes.
16.
Councillor Grimes, for item 14, there are two options.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, hang on. Sorry. Number one, refused. Number one is refusal. Okay. Moving number one. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. Going on to 16. Correct, Nancy?
16, correct.
Right. Let's move this computer. Okay, 16. We are request for fence exemption Toronto Municipal Code 44743 Kennebec Crescent in Ward 1. 16. We have no speakers. questions of staff? Councillor Holiday.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure that this is my item.
I'm sorry, Councillor Ford, 16. Questions of staff?
No, just a motion, Mr. Chair.
Just a motion. No further questions of staff. Councillor Ford.
Yep, just a straightforward motion here to grant the application for the fence exemption permit for this address.
Okay. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Moving right along, 17, fence exemption, Toronto Code 447-848 Rathburn Road in Ward 2. 17, we have a speaker, Joe Wadden. Mr. Wadden, are you there?
I am, sir. Thank you.
Welcome. Good afternoon, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Council and Chair, and thank you for giving me the time today. I won't be long. Specific thanks to Councillor Holiday for his prompt and thorough response to my exemption request some weeks back. So I'll just quickly summarize the facts. What's at issue here is not the exterior fence. I am the owner of 48. I just wanted to throw that in. We are in the middle of constructing a pool. There is an exterior fence that will be 6 feet high wood. The front of that fence is wrought iron, so the exterior fence is not what is at issue here. It's the rear openings of the household, which is the purpose for why I'm seeking the exemption. So I've come up with some alternative solutions, which I think fit the definition of the code, but I've also incorporated additional measures to restrict movement through those rear openings, and including several patio doors and 2 regular doors. So that's the purpose and the context behind my exemption request. Hoping to seek or get approval for that. It doesn't impact neighbors. The exterior fence is completely in line with the code, and there's no issues. So I hope a more common sense approach can be utilized in this. And the big catch that we have is that there's an automatic cover that's going to be utilized. It comes with a concrete barrier that's about 14-inch thick surrounding the pool. The pool cover itself is protected by an automated code, so no one can access it without the code, and it can withstand a minimum of 500 pounds on top of it, so it completely restricts access to the pool. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none. Questions of staff?
I'll ask very quickly, Councillor Grimes, and then I'll make some comments. Is Mr. Purba available?
I'm here, Mr. Holiday, Councillor Holiday.
Thanks, Mr. Purba. I know we talked about this particular application, and we discussed whether staff could support the technology, and what was the ultimate finding?
So at this point, unfortunately, the automatic cover wouldn't meet the guidelines of what's required within the fence enclosure section of the bylaw. The applicant did put in a permit where he did state a chain link fence would be the plan B, I guess, or another way to ensure there's proper enclosure. But at this point, we can't support the automatic swim pool cover as an option.
Okay, could like a decision like this create a precedent that would open up a lot of these type of applications and introduce a different layer of the processing of pool fence enclosures?
Yes, it definitely will, because the bylaw doesn't speak to pool covers being used as part of an enclosure process. So definitely the process.
Can I ask a question of Mr. Purba?
No,
thank you.
I'm sorry, you can't. Our process doesn't allow that. I'm sorry, you can't. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm regrettable of that, Mr. Chair. I wish we could have more of a dialogue on it. And Mr. Purba, if the councillor's office asks you, or if the residents ask you, if they're exploring different creative solutions, is staff committed to trying to think through these things, even if they're complicated? I mean, that's what you do, right?
We review all of the applications, no matter if they're straightforward or not. We meet on site with applicants to discuss various options.
Okay.
We go through every option possible.
Okay, and although this report kind of puts a decision right before my feet that needs to be decided, if Mr. Wadden had further questions, staff are available to answer them and to see if there's any other things that would be permissible under the law.
Yeah, definitely. The only caveat to that would be the permit was issued based off of a permit drawing that was submitted. And generally, once we have that and we approve it, the enclosure must be followed to that degree.
Right, unless Mr. Wadden applies for a different exemption for a different purpose, or there's an alternate or a substitution that would be acceptable to staff and would therefore be a delegated matter.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Purba. Chair, if I may speak.
Go ahead, Councillor. Go ahead.
So I will move to refuse the exemption. And I will thank Mr. Wadden for a very thorough submission to me and to staff, and say absolutely there's no fault in trying to think outside the box. I think every member of this community council understands that the third fence rule between the property enclosure and then the fence that goes between the built house and the pool itself is a matter that's constantly examined by homeowners and people designing the properties. I am really in this particular instance between a rock and a hard place, because I think that if I ask the questions of Mr. Purba of, whether or not you'd support that or could allow it, and I mean the report reflects it, they would say no, and they would say that it in their view would be a safety issue. So it's very difficult for me to bring that to this community council and for me to bring forward a new precedent. And I'm not sure that my colleague members would even support me in that sense. So I have no choice but to refuse. But I would say this, that if there's anything that I can do as a member of council to help the resident, if they want to continue to think about different ways to achieve what they need to do under the bylaw, I'm most definitely here to help. And I think we heard from the bylaw department that they would also look at this, even if there are creative issues that need to be looked at under the bylaw as appropriate, or if there's a need for a different exemption, that's fine. But in this particular case, the automatic rule cover could not be introduced as a substitute for the third fence. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Holiday. Any further speakers? Seeing none, Councillor Holiday's motion's on the screen to refuse. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 2518, request for fence exemption, Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447, 54 Fremont Avenue. We have a speaker, Maria.
Hello. Hi, can you guys hear me?
Hey, Ruchi. Hi, Maria. Good afternoon. Welcome. You're welcome to speak to us. Thank you.
Yeah. So my name is Maria. I'm the owner of the property at 54 Fremont. I applied for an exemption because the elevation on and around my property creates privacy issues. This statement is supported by pictures provided in my application and letter of support from my neighbor who I share the fence with. I'm here just to answer any potential questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputy? Seeing none?
Chair Grimes?
Yes?
I wonder if I could just ask a brief question.
Go ahead.
I would just ask the deputy, thank you for speaking to us today, and would it be all right if you got in touch with my office to talk about this a little bit further? I know that there's an issue with the way that the report is posted. It says Ward 1, which would indicate Councillor Ford, but I believe that, well, I can confirm that you're within the ward that I represent, and I wanted to know if that was okay.
Is that a question for me?
Yes.
Sorry, I don't understand the question. That I need to get in touch with the office about this?
Yeah, it's Councillor Stephen Holiday, and I wonder if it was okay with you that you would reach out to me after the meeting and we can talk about this a little bit further, because I'm going to ask that, I'm expecting to ask to not make a decision on it today, because I haven't had a chance to really look at the details of the application, because it's been identified it to be in another councillor's ward, but that's not correct.
Oh, okay, sure.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Holly, floor is yours.
Questions of staff very quickly.
Questions of staff?
Mr. Perber, do you have any concerns if I defer this to next day about the current status of the fence? I think it's minor in nature, but just with it being identified as Ward 1, I haven't had a chance to examine the particulars.
Hi, Councillor, it's Alistair. I'm looking after that particular one. There is no any kind of safety concerns or anything like that. So any kind of deferral is fine. I've spoken with the owner and things along those lines. So yeah, everything is good on our end.
Okay, so we'll just consider this again at the next meeting, and as long as MLS is okay, there's no issue over the next couple of months till we come back. Thank you.
Okay, so motion to defer, Councillor Holiday, next day?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm just going to ask that it come back to the next meeting. That means there's no change for the homeowner. It just gives me a chance to look at the report a little more closely, and it unfortunately just got tagged in a different ward, and I haven't had my chance to do my diligence as a councillor, and I'll be back.
Understood. Motion's on the screen. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 2519, request for fence exemption of Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447, 62 Chartwell, Alain Cogan. Alain on the phone?
Yes, good afternoon, Chair.
Good afternoon, my friend. Welcome. You have 5 minutes to talk to us, sir.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm not going to take the entire 5 minutes. I'll make this brief. My name is Alain Cogan. I'm the homeowner at 62 Chartwell. We'll be installing a pool in the coming weeks. There's already a fence on the north side of the property where the pool will be going. I think the issue at stake is the line of sight access to the backyard, i.e. the pool area. So the intention has always been to install security cameras, as we have 3 relatively young children. We've already purchased these cameras. They're 4K active deterrence cameras, which will be focused on the pool area. And those security cameras allow for ultra high definition and active zone detection, which notifies our smartphones when there's detection of movement in the area. So given this, I'm hoping that you'll be able to grant this this exemption.
Great, thank you. Questions of the deputy? Seeing none, thank you. And no further speakers. Questions of staff, that'll be me. Mr. Purvitt, are you on the line?
Hi, I'm on the line.
Yeah, so I'm going to be moving a similar motion to Councillor Holiday. I think you've seen the motion with regards to the cameras. You're okay with that?
Yeah, I think that that would help in terms of the security for this scenario.
Okay, those are my questions. Any further questions of staff? Seeing none, I can ask clerks to put my motion on the screen, just similar to the one that Councillor Holiday did, putting the cameras in, which the deputies agreed to. The motion is on the screen. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Moving right along, 2520, request for fence exemption of the Toronto Municipal Code 447, 62 Wesley Crescent. We have a speaker, Betty Miner. Is Ms. Miner on the phone?
Yes, I am.
Good afternoon, Ms. Miner. Welcome. You have 5 minutes to speak to us.
Thank you. Good morning, council members. My name is Betty Miner, and I'm the homeowner at 62 Wesley Crescent. And at this time, I'm asking for a fence exemption for a fence enclosure at my property. So in lieu of putting a fence across the entire rear yard to separate the home from the pool, we've been working with bylaw officers to appropriately fence off and gate off access points from the home. The last access point in which I am asking for this exemption is for the rear garage door, which has direct access to the home. I'd like to respectfully request the council allow us to fence off the garage door on the outside with a chain link gate to span the entire opening. This would act as a barrier that exceeds the height requirements for the pool fence enclosure and sit at 5 feet in height. This would ensure that no accidental access to the pool area would be available. The last exemption that I am also asking for is the height of the railings on the deck in the rear yard. The rear deck is elevated and situated about approximately 55 inches from the ground level. I'm respectfully requesting that the current railing height could be considered safe enough to be a guard for the pool, since it is reasonable to assume that no one would consider climbing that to gain the access to the pool. I do want to ensure you that the safety is of utmost importance to me and my family and has been considered when asking for these exemptions. Thank you, and I can take any questions.
Thank you. So Betty, I was out there yesterday. So the garage door, you've got a garage door that comes in from the street and goes right through into the backyard, a double garage door, right? If I can put it that way. How high are you proposing to put your chain link fence right up to the door?
I would prefer it be right up to the door, yes.
Yeah, and how high?
It's a 5-foot height.
5 foot, okay. And then the stairs that are coming down off the back of your deck, you're going to have those come down sideways, not directly out to the pool. They kind of go downside. You're going to put a gate at the bottom of those steps right up to the house, correct?
Actually, at the bottom of the steps, I'm actually fencing off that area because those stairs then lead into an access point to the home. So instead of putting a gate at the bottom, I'm going to fence off that entire area with a gate to ensure the safety.
Right. So if you come down the stairs, you'd have to go through a gate before you get to the pool. If you came through the garage, it'd be, you lift the garage door, there's going to be a fence there. They'll have to be unlocked and open, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you. Any further questions of the deputy? Seeing none, questions of staff. Mr. Purba, back on the line.
Hi, Councilor, I'm here.
Hey, Mr. Purba. Listen, I understand you're out there over the weekend. Thank you for going out and helping a resident there. So I didn't get a chance. I tried to call you. I think you were off yesterday, but I tried to call you. So Ms. Minor is proposing to put on the garage door a fence right up to the house, 5 feet in height. Would that be acceptable to you?
So, Councillor, unfortunately, it would be considered a Juliet gate, which in the past we have not accepted as part of the enclosure process.
Okay.
And we've encountered this in several installations where we've denied that installation.
So they put a fence directly across the garage door and it was locked. You don't accept that?
Unfortunately, with the way the bylaw is written, we won't be able to accept that.
Okay. So now let's go back over to the railing. Coming down the stairs, do you understand what she wants to do with the gate at the bottom?
Yeah, so while on site, we did discuss the enclosure that Ms. Minor was indicating. The only issue is with the above patio portion where she's speaking to that 42-inch guard that's currently there.
Yeah, I'm aware of
The
that.
issue,
I'm just talking about the gate at the bottom, the way she's got at the bottom of the stairs. You're happy with that?
the enclosure around the stairs to encapsulate also the laundry room door. The enclosure would work as long as the guards at the top were at 48 inches. The problem is if they're not at 48 inches, there is accessibility that it basically means that a part of the enclosure, it does not meet the 4-foot height restriction.
But that's just the railing from above. So if somebody climbed over that railing, they'd have to jump down quite a distance, correct?
It would be a distance. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head how far that would be.
Okay. But the other part, the gate at the bottom, you're happy with?
The enclosure, again, without the installation, it's hard for me to be 100% because right now the stairs are not there. So it's hard for me to see how far off the wall the stairs are, and if the if the stairs have a guard, right, or a handrail that goes all the way down, all of those pieces have to meet a certain height as well, according to the enclosure bylaw, right? They have to be at least 48 inches high, meaning 4 feet. So if those are all met, and then the enclosure meets the requirement of being 1.2 meters away from the water's edge as well, then yes, it would be in compliance.
Okay, so could you help me? I'm going to have to stand this down because I'm going to be moving that we put a 5-foot fence across the back of the garage. It has to be locked. I'm going to, I want to get the correct wording as they come down the stairs for you to make that happy for you. And I'm going to allow the exemption at the top of the stairs from 46 to 42. I'm not too worried about, that's like my home. People would come over. It's a pretty good fall to go over that. So I'm not too concerned about the 6 inches, but could you help me draft the correct wording for the Juliet gate for the garage and for what has to happen as you come down the stairs? Could you help me drop that up if I hold it down?
I can try. I can attempt to help out with that.
Okay. Or is there a way for us to, I don't want to defer it because it's pool season and I think the miners are ready to use their pool, so we deferred it the next day. You know, is there a way to give you authority to help or?
I mean, when speaking with Ms. Miner, what we indicated was another option might be to install an enclosure all the way across the yard as a temporary measure to ensure that they meet the guidelines of the bylaw so that they can use the pool for the summer, and then bring back the portion of the garage that they want an exemption for in the fall, winter months after the pool is closed. That way they can deal with that.
What about the motions we move with Councillor Holiday on the cameras, if they put the cameras in?
Now, again, the cameras, in this case, there's no line of sight issue. It's more just the enclosure itself, if it meets the requirements of the bylaw.
Okay, so, okay, I'm gonna hold this down. So if you maybe just help me draft up the garage wording that would make, well, it's not gonna make it, but I'm gonna have a 5-foot fence, Juliet fence, come across the garage, it has to be locked. Maybe some wording on coming down the stairs. The stairs are gonna, not built yet, they're gonna come down sideways to the bottom. If you can help me draft that up. And I'm gonna move the exemption for the railing at the top. And then I'll come back, I'll look at that, and then I'll see if that's can be satisfactory. Is that okay with you?
Sure.
Okay. So I'm gonna hold that down to get some help on that. Okay. 19, Untitled Chapter 447, we did that. We did 19, right? That was 19. 20. Where are we going next, Nancy? I'm sorry.
Item 21 is the next item.
Okay, bear with me. Okay, request for chapter 447. Just lost it. 85 Harding Avenue. Councilor Nunziata, questions of staff? Do we have a speaker? No. Questions of staff?
Yeah, I just have one last question to staff.
Alistair here, Councillor, go ahead.
Hi, Alistair. Just on this particular one, as you know, we received a number of complaints from residents. So it is an issue with site where the location of the fence is, correct?
Yeah, since the initial complaint came in, the homeowner did make some adjustments and have removed several vertical boards that would permit the viewing off the sidewalk. However, the photos that were recently taken, you know, that they did remove, I would like to see maybe 3 or 4 more additional vertical slats to be removed, so therefore you can have a better, clear vision of reversing for both properties, for 85 and the neighboring property.
Okay, so if I move that we refuse the application and have the applicant come back.
Sorry, just can you say that again? Just reword that if you don't mind.
My plan was to move to refuse the application.
So the way that the bylaw is written, I just wanted to kind of explain a couple of things for this property. The bylaw for any of the, for when it comes to the fence in the front yard, it has to be 2.4 meters back from the lot line. Now, this particular property, from the lip off the sidewalk in is 3 meters. So having that them remove you know, some additional boards is really straightforward, and you will be able to see the sidewalk and more clearly.
So you're saying if they remove the boards that you do not have an issue with it, even though the residents, even though he removed some of the boards, the residents are still saying it's a problem?
Yeah, so like I said, there's some level of flexibility because those additional boards can be removed, but really from the perspective of the bylaw, it's wherever the front lot line is. The front lot line runs from parallel to to the house. The fence has to be 2.4 meters back, and it has to also be open construction, right? Because right now there is a open construction fence that's there, and there's just boards that are covering that.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I do have a motion. I'm going to move to refuse the application.
Okay, the motion's on the screen. In a minute. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, 22, update on the Rivercrest Artificial Ice Rink State of Good Repair Project. That's adopted. Additional flexible in-road signs at Prince Edward Drive. I held the item. I have questions of staff, right, Kim?
Yes, you do have questions that I just sent you
Okay, hang on.
to your email.
Bear with me, guys. Yeah, so questions of staff?
Good afternoon, Chair Grimes, staff's on the line.
Okay.
It's Lorna.
Hi, Lorna. What is the status of the flexible in-road signs pilot project at Warranty Center? What is the status?
So the status for the pilot project is that it's completed.
Okay.
And what they're moving to installation, they're programming.
Okay, so how many more signs can we fit on Prince Edward, South? And when can they be installed?
So staff has looked at that, and they've advised that 6 more signs can be placed on Prince Edward South, and the installation timing for that is aiming for the end of July.
Okay, and do we recognize there's a speeding problem on Prince Edward Drive South?
So the last 85th percentile rating that we have, it was at 50 kilometers an hour.
So that's over to 40, correct?
That is over. I don't believe it would meet any warrant for changing, for dropping the speed limit. We could get back to you with additional information on that if you like.
Okay. Do these signs pose any danger by obstructing cars or crossing center line?
So that would have been looked at when they were identifying where they could place them. The road is 8 meters wide, so motorists are going to have to slow down if they're trying to pass a cyclist, if it's in the immediate area of the posts.
Okay, so that should slow people down, right?
Right.
Okay, that's my questions. Thanks, Lorna.
Right, you're welcome.
Okay, I just want to move the staff recommendations. We have Prince Edward Drive's a bus route. We have people cutting up through Humber Bay Shores there with the new Christie's development happening. It's a pretty busy street. I'm hearing it from the community. We have kids crossing the road to go to school. So these flexible road signs, we have to put a pilot approach in. They seem to be working fine, and I think everyone seems to be in favor of them. So I'm asking for more to go in, and we'll continue to monitor that. So with that, I'm asking you to support the recommendation before us. So all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. Okay, the next one's EY 23.35, always stop, Queens Avenue, Stanley Avenue. Questions of staff, anyone? I'll have questions of staff. Transportation staff on the line? Bruce Clayton on?
Yes, Chair, Bruce is on the line.
Okay. Bruce, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Bruce, how many times will I ask you to study this intersection, Stanley and Queens Avenue?
Yeah, there is a history here. We have looked at it before, and it's actually under review as part of the Mimico study. So it is currently under review.
But before the Mimico study, Bruce, I think I've actually looked at this. This has come up, I think, even way before your time when Dominic Gully was around, that this intersection keeps coming up. There's been many collisions there. Is that correct?
Yeah, certainly I'm aware of the history. How many times, I don't know for sure, but it's something that I recall doing studies on in the past.
Right, and then I asked you to study the intersection, but that got tied up into COVID, then it got tied up with the Mimico traffic study, which is ongoing now, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. So again, there's another accident there 3 days ago. I'm just going to be moving to put the all-way stop control, and I hope that study will take place. But in the interim, this intersection keeps coming up. There's been many collisions there since I've been here in 2003. It's a dangerous intersection. It's kind of a grade change. It's kind of the way it's configured, but I think it's time that we put the all-way stop control. Like I said, I can count on this hand how often I go against staff on this, but I'm hoping that this study that's going to take place, which is way behind, may come up with a solution. But right now, I think a four-way stop at Queens and Stanley are warranted, and I'll be asking you to support me on that.
Mr. Chair, may I comment?
Speakers? Yep, go ahead, Councillor Hawley.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm not going to ask for recorded votes on the next number of items. I don't need to take up the council's time, but I figured I would just indicate, I don't vote for these things. I have a very strict approach to them as a member of council, and I hope you understand. But I will not be putting my hand up as a yes on 35, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. Because they don't have a staff report, and that's how I approach them with the clarity of those reports to make my decision. So I just thought I'd offer that comment and allow you to process the meeting very, very expediently over the next few items. Thank you.
Okay. Any further speakers? Seeing none, my motion is up. Should be there. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 2536 changes to park regulations, Marine Parade Drive. If I have a motion, I'm just very self-explanatory. Worked with the community down there, and I'm asking to support that. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 37, poll for traffic calming, Bexley Crescent in Ward 5. Councillor Nunziata.
Okay, so I'll just move it for a poll to be done.
Okay, Councillor Nunz moving for a poll to be done. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next one, 38, poll for traffic calming, Glen Haven Street. Councillor Nunziata.
Moving for a poll to be done.
Moving for the poll to be done. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 39, poll for traffic calming, Grovedale Avenue.
Moving
Councillor Nunziata.
Moving for a poll to be done.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 40, poll for traffic calming, Guestville Avenue.
Moving for a poll to be done.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 41, Pine Street.
Moving for a poll to be done.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 42, East Avenue.
Moving the recommendation.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried. 43, Humberwood Boulevard, 50 park lot control exemption application. Sorry, no word on this one. Whose is this?
Mine,
Michael
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Councillor Ford?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, can I just have a quick question to staff?
Yes, you can. Yep.
Yep, to just keep it very brief in the interest of time. The developer at 50 Humberwood approached our office looking for this part lot control exemption bylaw. I've worked with legal and city planning on this, but if city planning could just comment, there's been a few revised changes. And the last change we have had to this, do you support this?
So through you, Chair, it's Louisa Galley from Planning. Yes, I support the changes and the recommendations.
Okay, thank you very much.
Right, Councillor Ford, any further speakers? Councillor Ford?
Yep, Mr. Chair, I'll just place, I have to amend the motion, so the item I put before Community Council needs to be amended. Staff has sent me an amendment, and this is the amended.
Okay. Okay, so the motion's on the screen. All in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Just
Hang on, Kim.
Executive Director of Municipal Licensing Standards.
Kim Winslow. Okay, so Nancy, we're going back to, bear with me. Only one item left, right, Nancy?
I think you held item 20 and you were asking staff some questions.
Yeah, they're just drafting them now. So it's being drafted right now. Just ask you to hold on for 1 sec, okay? Just hold on. I'm just going to ask for just to stand things down for just a 5-minute break. I know it's the last item. We're just working on the wording for this pool enclosure. The staff are just drafting up now, so it'll be about 5 minutes. So just ask for a recess for 5 minutes, okay? Thank you.
Thanks.
Nancy, do you receive that motion?
I just received it. If you could give me a minute, please.
Okay.
If you like, you could call the meeting to order and we'll display your motion.
Okay, I will call the meeting back to order. Councilor Nunziata, are you there? Need Councilor Nunziata back. Is Michael Ford still on the line? He had to go. Okay, so we have quorum. Okay. Anyway, so here's the motion. I want to thank staff, Graminder, for working with me on this. I tried to get hold of him yesterday, but unsuccessful. So I'm going to be moving that we grant the exemption. A, install an enclosure at a minimum distance of 0.03 from the building wall at a minimum height of 1.2 meters. The enclosure must be set back at least 1.2 meters from the water's edge. And B, the guard be maintained at a height of 1.1 meters as opposed to 1.2. I'm going to allow the 6 inches at the top of the deck. I'm allowing that exemption. And also, because you come down off the stairs, there's going to be a 48-inch railing with a 5-foot fence with a return back to the house, which doesn't need an exemption because that's allowed. So I think that's about as clear as mud. But anyways, I'm going to be moving the what's before us there, and I think that's going to help out the homeowner with what they're trying to achieve. So with that, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, that's it, right, Nancy?
Just going to need to enact the bills, please.
Okay. You're displaying those, right, Nancy? Yeah, there we go. Okay, that the Etobicoke York Community Council pass and declare as bylaws 497 to 503 and 530 to 532 prepared for the June 22nd, 2020 meeting. 25 of Community Council, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. And motion number 2, that the Etobicoke Community Council pass and declare as bylaw a confirmatory bill to confirm the legislative proceedings of the Etobicoke York Community Council acting under delegated authority at meeting 25 on June 22nd, 2021. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. That's it, Nance?
Yes, that's correct.
Motion to adjourn by Councilor Perruzza. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for your patience. Appreciate it. Thanks, Nancy.